Thank you. Somebody got to keep me in line. Good morning. We're going to start off with the swearing in of the new commissioners, and then we're going to open the meeting. So we'll start right now with Sean swearing in the new
Who do
commissioners.
you want to go first?
Doesn't matter.
It's up to you. You're the one.
Kelly, come on.
Okay.
You first. I'm gonna hold this so you can see what I'm saying. Just don't say that name.
You say my name and other.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, so raise your right hand. Okay. All right, I, Kelly H. Scritchfield,
I, Kelly H. Scritchfield,
do swear that I will support the Constitution,
do swear that I will support the Constitution
sorry, of the United States,
of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and I will faithfully perform the duties of
and I will faithfully perform the duties of
Rio Blanco County Commissioner, District 2.
three, sorry, three. Rio Blanco County Commissioner, District 3,
Which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
which I am about to enter the best of my ability. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I thought you were taking my job away.
She would have to move over to my side because you're District 1.
Yeah, District,
Oh, I
I'm
am?
like
I thought I was.
2.
Surely you know the districts better than
Oh.
the senior.
Not at 8:30 in the morning. All right, do you want to look at this?
Sure. please,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, I'm
You
gonna
are
make sure.
district, no, she's, you are, oh,
It's okay.
Oh.
It's okay. All right. So I, Jennifer O'Haron,
I, Jennifer O'Haron,
do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of Colorado
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties of the office of Rio Blanco County District 2,
and will faithfully perform the duties of the office of Rio Blanco County Commissioner, District 2,
upon which I'm about to enter to the best of my ability.
upon which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
You gonna start early?
no. Can't start.
No. Back to you.
So back
I
to
should say
keep them
second.
chatting and, yeah, until 9.
Good.
So mix and mingle,
Yeah,
more
for sure.
donuts out there. No, there's no donuts, right? Why are you?
Oh.
Yeah, they're saying, oh, we gotta make Jen a
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start the meeting by pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Public comment period. Any member of the public may address the board on matters which are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you are addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you are requested to limit your comments to 3 minutes per member or 5 minutes per group. The public comment time is for question and answers. It is your time to express your views. To ensure there is adequate public time, please provide your name and address prior to the meeting by contacting the board assistant at 970-878-9575. If any member of the public would like to comment at this time, please state your name and address for the record. Come on up, Jay. You bet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jenny Moreland. I'm from Meeker. And I know I'm going to run over just a little bit, 45 seconds maybe. Is that okay?
Go for it.
Okay. So, as most of you may know, I worked as an office administrator for the county for 37 years. And now I'm happily retired. But today I'd like to comment on Rio Blanco County's approach to the Colorado Persons with Disabilities Law, also known as HB 21-110. The accessibility standards portion of the law requires that all governmental digital information and communications be accessible to everyone, including people with hearing, vision, or other physical challenges. It's my understanding that Rio Blanco County removed all content from its website in 2023, when June of 2025 is now the deadline. This means that all county business documents, like commissioners' minutes, planning commission minutes, ordinances, and any other information that was in document form is now only available to the public by getting it in person or by calling. Deleting all this information could be construed as you don't want people to easily access past county business. And I wouldn't want it to look like you're using this law as an excuse to remove everything and keep your constituents in the dark. I was doing research when I discovered our county's website deletion. So I wondered how other counties are managing their documents. I checked several, and of the ones I checked, all still have their county business documents available on. Excuse me. Remnants of a cold. For the benefit of our county, I would suggest having your staff take a look at any of these counties' websites. Garfield, Park, Moffett, Summit, Route, Mesa, Montrose, or Delta. I'm sure there are others, but those are just the ones I looked at. Maybe contact them for hints on how they were able to make their websites accessible without limiting their content. Vicki also mentioned that when compliance is met, the number of documents put back onto the website may be quite reduced. She said it would depend on how many views those documents have had in the past. I would discourage that approach. One never knows what documents may be needed by citizens next. Another discovery I had while doing research was finding all the BOCC meetings on YouTube, at least 3 years worth, have been removed. And this has been in the last 2 weeks. My second thing, with the public's eye on personal agendas currently dominating the Meeker Library Board, it would be nice to see a more transparent process when appointing citizens to special boards. A clear-cut process might include an annual lottery to form a 5 or 6 person interview committee. Commissioners would take the committee's choice under advisement, with the recommendation and appointment being announced at the next BOCC meeting. This would go a long way to encourage involvement and improve cohesiveness on public boards. The last thing is, you've been saying the budget is tight and going to be tighter. Do you really think it's wise to send 2 commissioners to DC to attend a week-long inauguration, spending thousands of dollars, taxpayer dollars? So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
I would like to address some of that. Okay. First of all, I agree with you with the ADA compliant website. It is not our doing. That was legislature that forced us to do that. I think it is discriminating against general population because we do have to take stuff down that cannot be ADA compliant. In order to make it ADA compliant, if we were to take all of that stuff and make it ADA compliant, we'd break the county. It literally costs thousands and thousands of dollars to do that. If we don't do it, and the reason the other counties haven't done it yet is because we're ahead of them. They're going to do it. They're going to have to do it. The state of Colorado is going to have to do it. Get a hold of your legislature and let them know that this is a problem and we don't like it. We don't like it. We're just following the law. Our IT team and administration is way ahead of the game. We're trying to get ahead of this because if we don't do this, the law states that anybody can get on our website, and if they find something that is not ADA compliant, we have to pay them. And there's going to be people all over the United States trolling, looking for that to make a living. So our staff and our IT staff is ahead of the game. We're just doing what the law is telling us to do. The second thing is appointments. I would agree with you 100%. But why do that when we can't even get people to apply? We have a hard time getting people to put their name in, much less have a system where we can interview them and see who the best one is. We're trying to find people to get on these boards. So put your name in and we'd be glad to have you. That's all I have.
And if I may
Yes.
address the Washington DC trip. So I'm with you. Well, first of all, let me just say my whole mission as serving as a commissioner is to represent this county well and be conservative with funds. And that's tricky. So I received an invitation from Senator Hickenlooper to attend the inauguration. 2 reasons that I would have received that. First, I was elected as commissioner. Second is my working relationship with Senator Hickenlooper, particularly back when he was governor. So he knows that I can work with those across the aisle, because we don't always see eye to eye. And so the reason in my mind that I received that is he feels like I am someone that he can work with. And the only way he knows that is from all of the meetings and events and stuff that I have seen him at and reached out to him and communicated with him over the last 10 years. So I didn't know, but I thought I only had 1 ticket. When I learned I had 2 tickets, as you might know, my husband is not real excited about going where there's a lot of people. So he wasn't interested in going to Washington, DC. So I reached out to the commissioners to see if one of them would like to. We have no intentions of having the county pay for more than 1 person. So Jennifer and I are both going to go, but we will be paying half of our cost because it should not cost the county more than the 1 amount. And then we will be working to reach out and communicate with others. So this is not just trust me, this is not a fun trip. There will be additional work that goes along with it. So for the county and representing the county. I know Jennifer's got some events already planned. And so of course I'd like for her to communicate that, but I really do feel like it is representing the county and continuing to work and make those relationships and networking so that when we have an issue we need help with, we can reach out to those people. And I will do that. So I'll let Jennifer talk about what she's got scheduled.
So to piggyback off of what Kelly said, you know, anytime that I go to DC, I make plans outside of my conferences that I usually go to there. And that's meeting with, whether like this time I reached out to the Department of Energy's interim director and asked if she would have dinner with Kelly and I to talk about some, you know, where is the federal government at with energy right now? We've started those discussions about nuclear. How serious is the federal government? So that's already in place. I have already set that up with Marla, as well as I'm still trying to get a hold of a couple of congressmen so that I can meet with them because our SRS funds have not been approved yet. And the bill was introduced yesterday back to Congress to approve those SRS funds. The SRS funds are, you know, as you probably know, for road and bridge as well as our schools. And the federal government hasn't approved those yet. So that's that. Outside of the inauguration, I didn't want to waste a trip and just going over there to, I don't know if people are thinking that we're there to go and have fun. It's an event of a lifetime or a chance of a lifetime in my eyes. And so because of that, I paid for my own plane ticket from the very beginning, get-go. Did not charge the county. The only thing that I've so far charged the county is one night of a hotel room. And so, as Kelly said, we both agreed. And it was, even when she called and asked if I wanted to go, this is not going to all be on the county. That we do have a tight budget and we want to make sure that we're adhering to that. We've asked the staff to do that. We should be doing it as well. So just want you to know that from the get-go, that was never the intention for the county to pay for both of us. So.
Thank you for
Thank you.
bringing that stuff to our attention and we encourage people to do just what you did.
Okay, I'm still a little, way more on the documents issue
Mhm.
of the research I have. And the other counties, I believe, are ahead of us. So, but I wish we could do a kind of a work session about that. Because maybe some of us could help. Just,
Well,
kind of human experience.
I think that we are on the right track and disagree, but we can do that. We're trying to take care of the county's business in the best way that we know how. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the tentative agenda, which includes all information available as of January 13th, 2025. The final tentative agenda will be posted at the Rio Blanco County Historical Courthouse, 555 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, and at the Rangeley Town Hall, 209 East Main Street, Rangeley. And I'm going to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, we do have some changes to the agenda. We will be adding line item I, which is under D, which is add consideration of a contract agreement with TKG Consulting for the interim emergency management contract which is added in the session. Number 2 is add consideration of the appointment of the Board of County Commissioners to sit as the Rio Blanco County Board of Public Health. Number 3 is remove business line item S, consideration of the appointment of Rio Blanco County representative to the Colorado River District Board. And number 4 is the appointment of the Northwest CDC, which is Colorado Development Council. So, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda for January 14th, 2025, including all the changes stated as before.
My second.
Just in comment, the number 3 to remove the one about the consideration for appointment for Rio Blanco County representing the Colorado River District. That was a misunderstanding. That's a 3-year term instead of a 1 is the reason we're not doing that. So the person we appointed last year has 2 more years. So just to clarify that. Okay, motion on the floor. Would you please call the roll?
Richfield?
Yeah.
Overton?
Yay.
O'Hairn?
Aye.
Good. Let's move on to the consent agenda.
I move to approve the below listed items of the consent agenda.
I second.
Discussion? Would you please call the roll?
O'Haron,
Aye.
Scritchfield,
Okay, I'm supposed to say aye.
yes, ma'am. Overton,
Okay, so let's move on to uh, business. Business then. Business, go, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Item 4A.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the 2025 USDA APHIS Wildlife Services Contract.
And I would second that, and so that we can have discussion about it.
And Justin, would you like to come up and tell us what we're agreeing to?
So, I kind of went over in a short way in the December budget meeting. This is a contract between the Rio Blanco County Board of Commissioners and the USDA Wildlife Services Program to provide livestock protection work in the county for all producers that requested. So that basically right now it is around predation on livestock. But there is some interest from some of the producers to expand that program, which we can revisit at a later time, to avian, which is crows, magpies, ravens. We just got a special permit nationwide actually for eagle work, which a lot of our sheep producers have a lot of trouble with the eagles killing lambs. So we got basically it's a harassment permit, so we can harass those eagles off of the lambing ground. So that's a new thing. It's used to be just a as asked or by the situation permit, but now we have a blanket permit for wildlife services to harass eagles, basically to protect livestock, which there is some interaction with calves and eagles as well, as far as, picking the eyes out. So anyway, it's just a renewal of our 2024 contract. And I can go into a little history. I told you I'd give you a more detailed report of what was done in 2024 versus, say, the previous program, which was just basically paid for by a handful of producers. So in 2023, for example, I worked for 4 producers, 3 sheep producers and 1 cattle producer. In 2024, I worked for 22 different producers on 22 different properties. That properties could be their BLM permit, their Forest Service allotments, or their private ground. I worked on basically a total of about 153,000 acres of those combined land status, Forest Service, BLM, private. We also do a little work on state land, state wildlife areas, state parks, at the request of CPW. Those projects are generally funded by CPW. We have a contract with them or an MOU with them as well to do work for CPW on special human health and safety issues with bears or lions or something that are attacking people. We did a couple of those projects in Rio Blanco County at request of CPW. So another thing that doesn't really show up in here is I had a handful of requests come out and do site investigations or site visits, we call them, basically to try to determine what's going on, what's killing my livestock. That doesn't really show up because these are producers that I actually physically did some work on, did try to correct the problem or try to, so some of those I go out and say, well, it's, cow just died, was no predation, just died a natural death. And so that doesn't really, but I did have a handful of those, and then some dog investigations, which doesn't show up on here. I can technically do feral dog work, but I have to do it under the authority of the sheriff. So some of those kind of situations don't show up in this report as far as how many people I actually is with. So you could probably add 4 to 6 more producers or cooperators to that number. So we're getting into the 20, high 20s as far as the different producers that I've worked for. So along with that report last year, I won't go down the whole list, but I confirmed or was reported $44,064 worth of damage to livestock in the county. livestock and property. Some of this stuff like bear tears the door off of a, house or something, that we try to report basically how much that cost by that stuff. It was $44,000 worth last year that was just reported to me and that I confirmed actually happened. The numbers are much higher. That's just what I looked at. That's about as far as a summary for last year. Do you guys have any questions for me about that?
I don't have any questions. I want to state that the amount of money that you probably have saved the county taxpayers by what you do is probably much higher than what we pay you to do. And
Yeah,
I think that it's a good partnership that we have with you guys. I think with the ag community, it's well spent money.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's been tons of research on people that have wildlife services helping them with their problems versus people that don't. I mean, it's a pretty hard number to quantify, but it's generally about with wildlife services, their damages are in the low single digits percentage wise. Without wildlife services, it's in almost the 20% to 25% losses. So, yeah, it's real hard to put a number on it, but
Good. You have something you want to add, Anthony?
Finish up.
Sure.
I didn't mean to interrupt. But yes.
You finished?
yeah, I mean,
You guys have any?
it's very hard to quantify that number, but it's substantial.
So earlier you mentioned that you've been contacted by CPW to help with predation investigations. I know one of the things that was brought up at the CPW commission by Commissioner Linke in Grand County was asking CPW to get a third party person to start doing those predation
Yeah.
with the wolf.
Yes.
That's one of his concerns. And so if that was a possibility, I wonder if I don't know if they're doing that in Grand County or not. Do you know if they are or not?
They are not using wildlife services, no.
Okay,
CPW at this point is the only people that
doing
can
the
do,
invest.
well, I can do an investigation, but I cannot confirm it as wolf officially, like for payment.
Mhm.
Have to have a CPW officer or technician. They're the ones that it's their rules are written. Now, in other states, say like Montana, Wildlife Services is the only entity in Montana that can confirm wolf depredations.
Okay.
So Fish, Wildlife and Parks up there, they cannot add for payment. And the Colorado or the Montana Department of Ag actually funds the reimbursement program for damage. Takes the appearance of biases out of it. If you have a
Sure.
federal agency that's non-biased deciding whether the rancher is going to get paid, and then a Department of Agriculture pays for it. Colorado system is different.
But you are qualified. It's just a matter of getting the governor to let that happen.
I mean, basically wildlife services, and I'm not going to say in every case, but predominantly they are the wolf. How do I say the wolf? When it comes to taking an action with wolf, whether it be non-lethal or lethal, in most other states, it's wildlife services. We have federal appropriation. They call it the non-lethal wolf initiative or non-lethal initiative funded by Congress that gives wildlife services money to do non-lethal work. Most of these techniques that CPW are employing and most of the training that they go to is with wildlife services outside of this state, Oregon and Idaho and Montana. And I've been to those same trainings, and I've been because I've been with wildlife services since 1989. I've probably went to 10 or 12 wolf trainings. When they initially released them in Yellowstone and Idaho, immediately they started training everybody around that because they knew those wolves were going to scatter to the wind, which they have. Fortunately for us, they didn't land here very often and weren't able to establish a population. But now, with the situation we're under, we're going to have to learn to deal with it. But yes, we are qualified, trained. There's no technical certification. You don't come out with a document that says I've been trained, but yeah, we went through all the training.
I think I'll mention it to Commissioner Linky and maybe connect you two to have that conversation, what that might look like. 'Cause I know he's pretty passionate
Yeah.
about what,
We're, Wildlife Services is trying to reach out to all the counties. Traditionally, this program in Colorado was really focused around the sheep industry. But now with the wolf on the landscape, the livestock or the cattle industry is and going to have to get more involved in these kind of programs. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm actually, I wouldn't call it promotion because I didn't get any raise in pay, but they made me like the lead specialist for West Sloper, which is Continental Divide West, as far as going around, because I have so many years of experience in talking to new producers, new counties about this very thing. Yes.
The only thing I would ask is you mentioned site assessments. Are you able to help CPW at all do those site assessments that they're asking
Training,
for?
yes. So
Okay.
there's 3 wildlife specialists, 1 in Rio Blanco County, 2 in Route Moffett. And we all, plus a couple of other specialists from the eastern slope, went to the site assessment training they had here December. It was CPW, Colorado Department of Ag, Wildlife Services, and the NRCS.
because they are behind on their site assessments.
Yeah. So do you have any feel for how many have been done in Rio Blanco County?
I'm not aware of one, but I'm not the only one that can do them as well. I will tell you, we do have a meeting on Friday with a producer to do his site assessment, and there's going to be CPW, myself, and the producer. So that's the start of it. You know, we're trying to feel our way through how this is all going to work. They kind of keep moving the goalpost on us as far as the site assessment. So
I would encourage you to try and stay involved in that because I think that site assessments are as important as the others to keep a third party involvement
I
in
agree.
the.
Yeah. And then also with the new NRCS funding our
Or CPPs,
our CP.
Resource Conservation Partnership Plan or something.
Anyway, they got a $2.5 million funding base. And so NRCS is USDA as well. So we're not exclusive partners, but we're working with NRCS to get these site assessments done, which theirs is a little bit different than CPW's, but with theirs comes the ability to get access to this $2.5 million as well. So we're going to probably work with them, try to get theirs in place for the producers that requested.
Good.
Because we are both, sister agencies, be able to facilitate that.
Very good. Yes,
I just want to tell everybody how much Justin has helped us dealing with some of his dog problems. Yeah, he's been a great asset to us. And we had a producer lose 31 sheep were attacked. We lost 1 from dogs.
It's up to 4 now.
Okay. So, he definitely helps. I just want you guys to know, he's working great with us.
And so like those issues, if the sheriff or sheriff deputy gets me involved, I'm able to help him out. As far as, what to confirm what animal did the damage, try to find out where the animal is coming from and then dealing with the animal after that. So.
Very good.
So with CPW, or if it's a wild critter,
Wildlife.
yes, while CPW reimburses. What happens in the situation of private landowners' dogs doing damage? Where's that?
I'm pretty familiar with the law, but it's really Anthony's wheelhouse as far as.
So that falls under criminal law, which the sheriff, or if it happens in town, be the PD, but we'll investigate it. With his expertise, we can say, yes, this is a dog, it's not a wolf, it's not something else. And then the laws that we can charge with is ownership of a dangerous dog. And then it becomes a civil issue between the owners of the dog and the stockholder.
Because we've had several of those over the last few years.
It's getting more
Of an issue. And I think that we need to make a case or a statement or whatever, because it's just like theft. If anybody just gets a slap on the hand, we continue it. If we actually put some teeth into it, then people will start taking care of their dogs a little bit better.
And I encourage livestock owners to shoot the dog if it's worrying your livestock. Doesn't take much to meet that standard. When I first started law enforcement, you didn't hear of dogs going after because they were usually taken
Yeah,
care of
yeah,
quickly.
yeah.
Now, you have smaller ranches and it's just, you don't have the livestock owner taking care of the issue. It's totally covered. If that dog is worrying their livestock, they're absolutely in the right to take care of that dog.
Lake Central.
Saved by the bell.
But yeah,
Saved by
with,
the bell.
with, and Anthony's request, and I guess if it's gonna become a more of a prevalent issue, we could actually sign some kind of agreement that I wouldn't have to call the deputy every time and this and that or whatever, but, I'm probably generally the first person in most conditions to get notified if they don't actually see the dog leave.
Right. And that's what happened the last few times is it's in the middle of the night or it's
Middle
off
of the
up
night,
on the
yeah.
range and
Yeah.
nobody sees it. So
Yeah.
that's not something, I think we just need to make a pretty
But I
strong.
believe,
case.
just in my experience, it just, more people moving in, the places get littler and littler, and some of the new people that come in just think their dogs just ought to be able to roam the neighborhood.
And they
Nice
don't know that.
doggies, and most of the time, they are nice dogs, but
Mm-hmm.
put two together and they become, with livestock, especially not so nice.
Part of that 2 million that you were talking about earlier that are
CPP.
NRCS.
is the range rating part of that program as
So-
well? Is that different?
And I have a basic knowledge, but they do not provide, NRCS does not provide range riders. They provide funding for you to hire your own range rider.
That's kind of
And
what.
same way with fencing, the flattery, they keep talking about the electric fences, and there's several different of these non-lethal methods that they will basically help the rancher fund for themselves, whereas Colorado Parks and Wildlife and CDA's program is they're gonna bring you a range rider, or they're gonna bring you some fence and put it up. And then when they're done with it, or you're done with it, it's going the stuff, like it's a grant program, basically, I think. And Callie probably knows way more about the mechanics, but that's the way I understand it. They're gonna actually just pay you to implement these methods rather than CPW, where they're gonna do it themselves. They're gonna show up at your ranch with a range rider or a load of. But that's the basic difference. Is one's more of a monetary reimbursement to the rancher. The other one is just actual physical help.
And it's is it 50/50 cost share?
100%.
They are doing 100% from NRCS.
And right now, it's just the Northwest region here. They got basically where there's a chance there's going to be wolf trouble. Eventually, it's designed to go down the whole west slope, but right now, it's just in what's called here.
Yeah, and I was looking at that and was trying to figure out ways that we could use some of that money and,
Yeah, I
Any-
mean,
anything- any
it's gonna go
suggestions you
as far
have?
as, paying them to fence out or fence off their dead bodies. There's a huge talk about carcass management. That's
Yeah.
a huge thing.
yep, carcass.
They'll basically just pay you to build a fence around your carcass pit. Or they'll pay, I don't think they pay the rancher, but if the county wanted to implement a carcass program, they could fund some part of that, or, there's a lot of, like I said, I got just a general overview of how that works, but it's more of a just pay to play versus CPW is gonna provide the resources.
And does anybody know when those grant applications are due?
Yep.
You thought it
Not
was
very
right
far
away?
away.
February the
February,
seventh is
yeah.
the deadline.
Yeah.
It's
Very-
open
very quick.
Because I'd like to meet, Doug and I mentioned it yesterday, I'd like to meet with the stock growers and NRCS and you
Their
and stuff and
meetings
see
are-
what do we,
Yeah, their meetings will be done the day that it closes.
Mhm.
I've been trying to spread the word. This deal's 5 years, so if they miss out this year, or they can still apply after the 7th, and if they were to have money left over, they could maybe access some money this year. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a real short window with, when they're just rolling everything out, it's gonna be
typical.
tough this year to get the word out everybody figured out how it works. And, but with that program, they do a site assessment. It's a little more involved because you're signing a contract with the NRCS to provide funding. That site assessment that's done through the NRCS that I could do, or even CPW, is also honored by CPW as a site assessment in their program to move this down to whatever the end result's going to be if the non-lethals don't work. So they will honor these site assessments, CPW, as far as valid and legitimate. So,
Okay, well, thank you.
you're welcome. Yeah,
Very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming here. We know you're busy. Sean, would you please call the roll?
Litchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare. Aye.
Good, let's move on to business line item 4B.
Me or you?
That's you.
That's me? Okay. I would move to approve a service agreement amendment with Cross Connect Engineering Incorporated for updated fee schedule, including increased fees for fiscal year 2025.
A second.
Any discussion?
Yep, just so that everyone knows what that is.
Thank
Cross-Tech
you.
Engineering is a company that does managed services for IT. They help us when we're too busy. They help us with heavy duty configuration things when we're doing major projects, which this is a heavy project here. It's a lot cheaper for the county to have someone like this available to Dylan and I than to have a whole nother person on staff. So these guys are really helpful with all kinds of our systems and network work. Their costs went up, I think, by 5%, and then we did add a couple of hours because we kept going over last year. So, still a lot cheaper than hiring another person, but it did go up a little bit. So that's what that is.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Sean, would you please call the roll?
Litchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare. Aye.
Good, let's move on to line item.
Sorry, we skipped one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Douglas Creek Conservation Districts to serve alcohol.
You must have the wrong,
Or is it-
That's part of the one, okay.
Is it gone?
No, you just got to move to
Move,
the
okay.
end of the
yeah,
agenda.
At the
we
end
need,
of it,
we need to get you the updated agenda.
what that one was. Okay, sorry.
It's all right. We'll wait until you're there.
Okay, so we've done A and B and it's C.
Right, so we're on to a discussion with the Rio Blanco County Sheriff regarding the virtual training center to include funding expanded number of events that they have been scheduled and a possible walkthrough demonstration of the facility. So the floor is yours, Anthony.
This is an itemized list of the money that was spent on the grant. This grant has been in the process, I believe, for 3 years. It's been a long process. We finally have spent all that we need to spend on this. We had to wait until it was November of last year, just a couple of months ago, from the Department of Justice to get approval for a single source letter. And that was for the actual virtual reality machine. Or system, I should call it. And it took them until the end of November to finally get that. And then we ordered it at the very end of November, and it's on its way. I don't have the actual virtual reality machine or system up and running right now, but all the as far as the gym equipment, all that is up and in place and going. So we're just waiting on the operator XR to come and set their stuff up, give us the training, and then I can show you guys how it actually works. But on the other side of this, we have used the jail for training. We've had Garfield County up here twice, and they bring their jailers in and actually use the jail itself, opening, closing doors, running the jail, doing scenarios that they can't do when there's inmates in their jail. I have a letter from Sheriff Valerio saying how much he appreciates us allowing him to use the training facility. And he says, having a facility to train at without disruption of inmates is awesome. They've received excellent feedback from the staff about the training at your facility. And I'm hopeful we'll be able to use it again in the future. So they came up here twice, probably about 30 deputies at a time, using all the restaurants and stuff while they're here. So it's working. We're getting there.
Anthony, could you, just for the public, could you tell them what this training center is for and how you intend on using it?
Okay, so the grant is, I believe, wasn't it Ty that started this grant? And he went to both, I believe, Hickenlooper and Bennett, and they're the ones that acquired the money. And this money was used for transitioning from an energy dependent economy. And I think Moffett County got a bunch too, but we ended up getting just a little over $300,000 grant for that. And so we were going to turn this into, I do not want to mothball that jail. I don't want to shut it down permanently. We still use the booking rooms and stuff when we do make arrests, but I'm hopeful with a change that maybe our inmate population is going to come back up again, where we can actually reuse the jail. So it was never my intent to mothball the jail. But what are we going to do with this wonderful facility in the meantime? How can we use it to benefit the community? As everybody knows, that Justice Center was bought and paid for with money that the commissioners had saved up. So there's no loan that was taken to do this, but they sure didn't want to just turn it off and close the door. So we want it to be a training center that we can use both for detention to teach, like we were using with Garfield, to teach detention deputies to come in, how to operate a jail, how to deal with inmates and run them through. That has been working well. Then we would start to look for a virtual reality machine. I call it a machine. The system that you can set up a plethora of scenarios. We just need a room to do it in. The original system that we thought that we were going to get was a row of screens that played video on it. And after actually Travis had went down to Fort Carson and actually demoed it. And we demoed several other systems, and we found that the virtual reality, like you see these kids playing on games, they put the goggles on and it's hooked up to a computer, was much better suited for us. If we would have went with that screen outfit, the equipment and the time behind that, it wasn't worth it. It would be very cumbersome to keep up and running. Where these VR is literally, they run it off of little laptop computers and you're immersed in a virtual reality. These will be able to use for scenarios even where DHS can come in, and we can do, how do you deal with the upset parents when you're having to take their kids? That it's that adaptable, and so we've demoed it. We've had it up here a couple of times, and all the guys really like it. So that's coming. I talked to the company last week. It's in the process. We had to send them pictures of our vehicles, of our uniforms. So when you're in the VR, you're actually going to see what our vehicles kind of look like and our uniforms. So It's gonna be pretty interesting. I'm hoping that we could get this up and running in the next couple of months, so we could actually bring you guys in and show how it works.
So there's weights and training or a gym system in here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason for that, in my understanding, is that when you walk into this video training situation and you're not stressed and worked out, you don't respond near as well, or you will respond better than if you just got through running 3 blocks chasing some guy and you're all worked up.
Right.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. So we, it's a full-blown gym in there. We use it for getting your heart rate up by using any different kind of workout in there. And we've done this several times with our own people already when we're doing arrest control. Go in there, get them on the rowing machine, the treadmill or the bike, or lifting weights, and then have to go in and deal with that. And just exactly like you said, get your heart rate up or realistic training. On the flip side of that, it is also, we're using it as health and wellness for our deputies. So yes, we go in there and we work out every day. And that has, I think we have a pretty dang fit crew, which is really nice. So there's some added benefits to that as well as just getting your heart rate up. And that is totally up, and the gym side of it is up and running.
And who has access to that?
So anybody employed with the Rio Blanco County Sheriff's Office and or search and rescue, and then other law enforcement or like DHS. I believe that's what it was spelled out in the grant.
Have any questions?
So, this was done via federal grant. I
Department
understand.
of Justice.
Okay. So, have we been reimbursed? Have we requested for reimbursement? Oh, we have.
For that entire amount on there.
Oh, so the request has been sent
Yes.
in. Okay.
Yeah.
But we haven't received it yet.
We received all the gym equipment. We have not received the virtual reality.
No, I mean the funds themselves. We haven't.
Or, yes,
Oh,
we have received for all that gym equipment, but not for, because we just put in for that at the end of December. I believe you guys approved the voucher for that. Or anyway, Lisa has all that, and Lisa is now in charge of that grant as far as doing the reporting.
and the only reason I'm asking is because, and I've talked to Miss Vicky about this, is, as Trump enters in, I'm a little nervous about him pulling back on some of these funds, these grants. And so I've asked Miss Vicky to put a list of all of the grants that we have federally and what that bottom line number is, that we're sitting out there just in case he does that. So I'm glad to hear that we've requested it and we've received partial of it, and hopefully get the rest of it.
I don't anticipate any with this, because the money's there. It took that, I would say 2 years of that was just getting
Approval.
yeah.
Well, and that's under the congressionally directed spending. So in order to get that grant, it went to Hickenlooper and to
And
Bennett. And then they were the ones that pushed that through. And then we ended up even changing. It was originally going to go just through DOJ. And then I think they moved it to, it was classified as one thing and then they reclassified it to get it to go. So it's been a lot of maneuvering to get to that point. But I think Anthony's correct. I think as far as we're into the project and with that amount still remaining, I think we have a good chance of getting that funding before they pull the plug, because the project is 80% complete. I mean,
yeah, I'd be 99.9% willing to say that it's a done deal.
So I may have missed it in your presentation, but I don't know. This system will be available to other Craig
Yes.
rifle, wherever those people can come use this system and gain from it as well.
And will that be charged? I think that might be, depending on what I mean, is that gonna be something that will be a revenue producer? Because I don't know that we have that in calculated. in,
Not
or
a
is it-
revenue producer, but bring people to this community where they can come in and use the town's facilities.
But it won't cost us money.
Right.
So will it cost them money? Are we charging them to use the
No.
facilities? Okay. So then the other question that I have is how do you anticipate marketing it so we can get more and more people in? I mean, you said you've got Garfield, but how do we get,
Through the sheriff's network and our relationships with the other counties.
and will be, you can, there's no reason to keep it just to our neighboring counties, right? It can go to Utah if it had to.
I'm acting. So County Sheriff's of Colorado has a detention deputy program. A detention deputy academy. It's usually a 2-week academy. And I'm in the process of trying to get them to just exclusively hold that here. So now we've got detention deputies throughout the whole entire state coming here using our hotels, restaurants, and we do the academy here. They have a full-blown jail.
Anthony, one more question about schools, like schools, active shooter type trainings and things like that. Is that going to be available for schools depending on availability, or is that something?
Well, I mean, we definitely, there's scenarios set up in there for us to train for active shooters for schools, but you mean like for a teacher, what they could do?
Yeah, I guess it'd be similar to what like a DHS.
I
They're
don't
not going to be
see,
carrying a weapon, obviously, but
I don't see why not. I mean, it's almost limitless. It's whatever you can kind of come up with, because we could actually, in this program, I could play the bad guy and I'm in this system, and then say Travis is the deputy on scene. And, but we're immersed in a virtual reality environment. We can like be at the school, but not be at the school.
Hmm.
And so I could play that bad guy. We could maybe have the teacher do that. Then how would that teacher react when she sees somebody walking in with a rifle?
Yeah, I would encourage more of that training that we can get locally for any of those situations. It would be pretty cool.
And I don't know if you knew this or not, but we now have, speaking of active shooter, it's taken a long time, thanks to our IT department and the school. Now we can pull up school camera in dispatch, which is,
Good.
Thank you.
no, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to business line item 4D.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, I would move to appoint the chairman of the board for the County Commissioners, Rio Blanco County for 2025 as Jennifer, and effective at the end of the meeting. Is that appropriate?
I'm gonna second that. We usually change chair every year, and this just kind of stays with tradition, so. So I'm seconding that. And is there any discussion? Then I would call for a roll.
O'Haron,
Abstain.
Overton,
Aye,
Scritchfield.
good. So let's move on to line item E.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment of the chairman pro tem of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County for 2025 with the consideration of the appointment for Doug Overton.
Second.
Any discussion? So would you please call a roll?
Overton,
Abstain.
O'Haron,
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Good. Motion passed. Let's move on to line item F.
This one's gonna be
Yep.
tricky.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment of a representative and alternate representative to the AG&C Board of 2025 with the consideration of of the appointment, the representative being Doug Overton and the alternate representative being Callie Scritchfield.
I guess I'm the best one to second it.
Yes.
So I've been the rep for AG&C for the last year, so it just makes sense that I would continue and Callie is
And I would like to engage in that as much as possible as well.
good. Would you please call the roll?
Richfield?
Are we?
Well, there's no real requirement that you abstain. It's just tradition. So in those things where you can't have somebody abstain, you just have them vote
So I can abstain.
if you want to, as long as you got two commissioners.
Yeah. So I abstain.
Fine.
Okay, motion passed.
Here goes.
Motion passed. Okay, so let's go on to line item G.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move to appoint, or the appointment of a commissioner to serve on the County Investment Committee for 2025, and appoint, Doug Overton.
I
for
second.
that.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
O'Haron,
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Abstain. Good, let's move on to line item H.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment of a commissioner to serve. Wait a minute. Appointment it wouldn't be commissioner, but you need to reword that.
Mhm.
Appointment of a representative, a board representative to serve as the 2025 Northwest Transportation Planning Commission Northwest TPR. And I would like for us to consider it being Scott Marsh, Scott Marsh.
I second.
So, Jennifer is the vice chair of Northwest TRP. So we might have appointed her to that, but we're going to see if Scott is appropriate because we don't know how this is going to work out.
Scott has always been our representative for the Northwest TPR because of his extensive knowledge with CDOT. And so I would like to see Scott stay on there just because he is very knowledgeable when it comes to our highways, roads, anything of that nature. So, to keep with that, that's why I would like us to consider it being Scott Marsh. I mean, I still will attend those meetings. The one question that we'll have to ask Scott is then who is the voting member? Because my understanding is there's only one voting member on the Northwest TPR per municipalities and regions. So Rio Blanco still would only have one and Scott would be that voting member. I don't think the vice chair would have that, but I'm going to double check into it.
But it's good that we get two people on that board, just keep the county in the best position. So any other discussion? Sean, would you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye.
O'Haron,
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Good. So let's move on to line item I.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move to appoint Commissioner O'Haron as the West 911 Board Representative, representing Rangeley for 2025.
You want to do this all in one motion?
I can. And move to, appoint Commissioner Overton for the West 911 Board to represent Meeker. I'm sorry, East, to represent Meeker for 2025.
A second.
And the reason we did that is because the 911 board on this end states that you have to live in the 878 exchange to be on there, so we decided to swap them up. Works out good. Any other discussion? Sean, would you please call the roll?
Scritchfield,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Good. Moving along to line item J.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment of Donald L. Stearman as the Rio Blanco County Attorney for 2025 pursuant to CRS 30-11-118.
Second.
Any discussion?
We appreciate your
No,
support.
no peek or any?
No.
Okay. Sean, would you please call the roll?
Scritchfield.
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Line item K.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the appointment of Carmen McKay as the Rio Blanco County Department of Human Services Director for 2025 pursuant to 26-1-117-1.
A second?
Okay, is there any discussion? Sean, would you please call the roll?
Scritchfield,
Aye.
O'Hairn,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Move on to line item L.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment of the EMS Council for 2025 with the consideration of appointing Doug Overton.
Second.
Any discussion? I think that I'm probably the one that has the most experience with EMS. Is the reason for that.
And thank you, because I got
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
that.
Sean, would you please call the roll?
O'Hairn,
Aye.
Scritchfield,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Thanks, whatever. M, let's move on to M.
So I would move, Mr. Chairman, I would move the appointment of the Board of County Commissioners to sit as the Rio Blanco County Board of Social Services for 2025 pursuant to 26-1-1161.
A second?
Is there any discussion? Okay. Would you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye.
Scritchfield,
Aye.
O'Hairn,
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to line item N.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment of the Board of County Commissioners to sit as the Rio Blanco County Board of Equalization for the 2025 pursuant to CRS 39-8-101.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this motion? Would you please call the roll?
O'Hairn,
Aye.
Scritchfield,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Okay, we're down to line item O.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the appointment of Commissioner Overton to the Rangeley Development Agency / Agency Development Corporation for 2025.
A second?
Okay, actually, that's just the RDA because we're not a part of the RDC.
RD, okay, so not the
Rangeley.
Rangeley
Yeah.
Development Corporation. Okay, so do we need to amend that or are we okay?
I don't think it matters. There, so, would you please call the roll?
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Scritchfield,
Aye.
Okay. Line item P.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment to the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable for 2025, considering it being Commissioner Overton.
Second.
Okay. I have been the representative for that roundtable for the last year, and Callie has also been there in her previous position with the Conservation District and is going to stay there. So we're going to have two voting members on that board. You'll just have to notify every meeting. But it's a public meeting, so
Right. And so my appointment is the House Senate appointment to the Basin Roundtable. So it doesn't stay connected to the Conservation District. It's I was gonna say at large, but it's not. It's, that one appointment. That way we keep White River with more votes.
You just have to post it every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To make sure it goes to the public.
Would that be Overton and Scritchfield as far as appointments?
No.
No.
no, because the county is appointing me, the legislation appointed Cal. Any other discussion? Would you please call the roll?
Scritchfield,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Before we move forward, who was the appointment for the RDA one?
Overton.
Overton.
Yes, sorry.
Let's move on to line item Q.
All right. So I would move the setting of regular meeting days for 2025 board meetings as the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month, with the second Tuesday meetings held at the Rio Blanco County Historic Courthouse, third floor, Commissioners Hearing Room, located at 555 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, and the fourth Tuesday meeting held at the Rio Blanco County Annex, located at 17497 State Highway 64, Rangeley, Colorado. Special board meetings and work sessions will be held as necessary. The designated official posting locations of tentative agendas will be online at the main bulletin board of the clerk and recorder's office in both Meeker and Rangeley. The kiosk located on the west side of the Rio Blanco County Historic Courthouse, 555 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, and at the Rangeley Town Hall, 102 Main Street, Rangeley, Colorado. Tentative agendas will be posted before the regularly scheduled meeting. A copy of a tentative agenda will be placed in the Rio Blanco Herald Times as practical pursuant to CRS 26-6-402 2C.
A second.
Any discussion? Okay. Would you please call the roll?
O'Hairn. Aye. Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Good, so let's move on to line item R.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the appointment to the Rio Blanco County Natural Resources Council with the consideration of that being Kelly Scritchfield.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
So that is the joint group what we call, with the conservation districts, with the White River and the Douglas Creek Conservation Districts and the county, doing a partner project, or I shouldn't say project, partnering,
Natural
yeah.
Resource position.
partnering on that shared natural resource position. So there will be one county commissioner, one from each one of the conservation districts, as well as the administrator and the executive director for the conservation districts will serve as that council to give direction to whoever we get hired for the natural resource position.
And we have several very qualified applicants for that position. And so this would be the policy writer that would write the letters and the, research if it's this, from bladderpot to sage grouse to wild horses, anything and oil and gas, that whole natural resources of Rio Blanco County. So that'll be critical that we can all work together on this. And I think this position will be a full-time position, but the benefit being that it's now going to be split between the three entities. And how that works out, because it is a challenge keeping up with all that. So we hope that this little 5-panel board will help give that person direction. So they won't just be receiving direction from me, from the county, or from, one of the districts. If there is a situation where the there's a conflict. We'll have to work that out as a 5-panel unit that says, no, I think this is more important than that. And so there will be those discussions. We just won't know until we get a little bit into it. It is kind of a very unique type position. So there will be a learning curve, but we'll get there.
And the other thing that's pretty unique is the conservation districts are actually paying the county for their portion of that.
So, yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is not only is it helping everybody get together and collaborate on our natural resources, but we all three will save money doing this. It saves the county taxpayers money if we can make this work. Okay? Would you please call the roll?
O'Haron.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Abstain.
Overton.
Okay, so we are down to line item S.
Which has been removed.
Right, S has been removed. So we are down to line item T.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve appointing Kelly Scritchfield to the Northwest Resource Advisory Council for a term starting January 14th, 2025 through January 17th, 2027.
I'll second that.
And that is the BLM, Northwest Resource Advisory Council. I'm already on that. They moved me from the environmental person to the county commissioner. Me and a county commissioner swapped places. And so this way I will remain on that.
Good, we're so lucky to have somebody that has got the experience and qualifications to do that. Would you please call the roll?
O'Haron.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Abstain.
Good, let's move on to line item U.
I would move, Mr. Chair, I would move an assessor's contract modification with Value West, Inc., extending the contract dates to January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is an annual contract that Renee has to assist with the valuations of commercial property. We'll have one more, and I don't see it on here yet, that will also be a similar type contract, but it is an annual contract. It is within budget.
We contract to save us money so that we don't have to employ another FTE to do this job.
Well, this is a very technical position
Yeah.
too, so.
Yeah.
What is the annual budget? Annual budget, I can look it up for you. If you give me just a minute, I can get.
Any other discussion? Would you please call the roll?
O'Haron.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Good, let's move on to line item V.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the 2025 Rio Blanco County landfill scope of work and contract with Souter Miller and Associates.
Second.
Okay, this is just a contract with our engineers and the ecological people to manage our dump.
No,
Landfill. I'm sorry. Landfill. I gotta beat that into my head. We have a landfill.
solid
We
waste.
do not have a ground. Okay. Any other discussion? Would you please call the roll?
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Well, I thought I was in trouble there. Okay, let's move on to line item W.
Mr. Chair, I would move the accepting the awarded November election judge pay grant.
I second.
And that is a grant that we got to increase the hourly wage for our election judges a pittance. They don't make enough anyway, and then we're just helping them out a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Would you please call the roll?
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. So let's move on to line item X.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the ratification of a letter from the Board of County Commissioners to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission regarding a pause on wolf reintroduction.
Second.
Any discussion?
Say that again.
It's,
I know, I got to say, the pause on the wolf reintroduction.
we're just ratifying the letter that we already sent because we had to send it before they made their decision, and I'm sorry they made the decision they made, but we're just ratifying the letter that we sent.
You want to mention about the overt and herd?
That's controversial. We don't know that that's going to help.
There's still actions maybe
Yeah,
At the federal level.
at the federal level.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is a moving target all the time, but
So, so I did attend this meeting and actually did a public comment for Rio Blanco County. Agreeing or, asking that they do the pause on the ground.
Yeah.
Putting more, wolves on the ground. And unfortunately, there was only one person out of that whole commission that agreed with Rio Blanco County to hold off on that. And one of, I think, Rio Blanco's reasoning behind that is that they haven't started, and when I say they, CPW hasn't really had the opportunity to work the conflict management, the range writing yet. Nothing is in place at this point. I mean, they've got a plan, don't get me wrong, but they haven't, it's not in action. So we don't know if these are gonna really work or not. What they're saying that they're gonna do to control the wolves as much as possible. So, I don't know if you guys want to add to that, but that was one of the comments that I made in that I used a majority of our letter in making my comments. The only thing that I added in there is that, according to Proposition 114, it doesn't say how many wolves have to be put on the ground by a certain time. And so why we're adding more out there when we've had two that have been shot, to me, we're being cruel to the wolves. That's just my personal opinion. And bringing them from somewhere else, and they're kind of lost on our lands. So
we have already fulfilled the mandate to have wolves on the ground by January 1st, 2024. So we've done what they said. We're just asking to pause and look at the situation before we move forward, but they don't agree with us, so. Any other discussion? Would you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hairn.
I
Scritchfield.
Good. So let's move on to line item Y.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve a letter for the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts to serve alcohol at their annual district meeting on February 12th, 2005 at the Fairfield Center, 200 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, 81641.
a second.
Any discussion?
Please attend.
Yeah. Would you please call the roll?
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hairn.
And this consideration, we took this off. Is that right? Z? Is it still on
It's on here.
there? Okay, so we're moving on to
Because
Z.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the contract agreement with TKG Consulting for the interim emergency management contract added. Oh, sorry, I don't need to read that.
I would second for discussion.
Any discussion?
I would like to mention there's been some misconceptions out there that, Commissioner Gates had already been appointed as the emergency manager. That is not the case. This is an interim emergency management position. Given the, if you look at the wildfires in California, we cannot afford, even though we have some snow on the ground, we're probably at a smaller risk for wildfire. There's no way as a county administrator that I felt comfortable leaving that position open. We actually have an RFP out to the, on BidNet. We had,
I'm so sorry.
that's okay.
That was my alarm to
I
come.
could hear. Given that situation, the emergency manager plays such a crucial role. It's that interim piece between the sheriff as the fire marshal and the, if there's an emergency that gets transferred over to the federal government or to state. So that critical role of having someone that knows what they're doing, is important any time of year, 24/7, because they don't call them, incidents. They call them, it's not a plan-a-dent. I mean, you can't plan for it. It's going to happen, and you need somebody that knows the knowledge. So, like I said, there is an RFP that was put out nationwide. We ended up with 3 very qualified people that attended the pre-bid conference. The bid opening for that will be on the 17th. At that point, we'll break down the kind of spreadsheet, everything out, and they'll be presented to the commissioners, because ultimately this will be your employee that will handle emergency management going forward. So again, that is, and if for some reason you don't like who those 3 are that have submitted the RFPs, you can always go back out. But this interim contract keeps us covered should something happen.
And this, according to the state of Colorado, emergency management is a mandated program. So I think that that's another level, at least for me, in making sure that we're keeping that. I'm somebody who has the knowledge and how to handle the state system, because there's stuff that has to be entered in there. I mean, there's
Very
just so
timely,
many
can
different.
cost you millions of dollars if we didn't handle it appropriately.
Correct. Thank you.
It's the coordination that's really important between whether they escalate it to a state or federal thing. And then there's a lot of cost sharing and payments by the state that we miss out if we don't have something on top of it. So if we do have emergency and we need to escalate it to get state funding or state flights or, whatever we might need to do, and we miss those timelines, we'd have to pay for it ourselves. Those aren't cheap.
So I guess the question, so a couple of questions. How long is the contract for?
It's open-ended because again, don't know with any good faith effort whether you're going to like the proposals that we receive. It is a month-to-month contract, so you can terminate it. Either party can terminate it at any time.
30 days notice.
30 days notice. So
And then if there is any kind of an emergency, does this person, no matter who it is, need to be on the ground here? And so would whoever, again, whether it be the interim or otherwise, do they need to get here ASAP?
yes. So depending on the severity of the situation, and again, I wish Anthony was here because he is your fire marshal. He's the one that when the local fire district goes out on a call, when it extends past their capability to manage, that's when they turn it over to the fire marshal, which is Anthony. Anthony does an evaluation on it and says, can we take care of this internally? Is there a way we can mitigate that? Is it about to snow or rain and put it out anyways? So Anthony has a critical role in that. And so it's important that Anthony and the emergency manager work closely together because they're going to be on the phone. Well, this is big. It's blowing up fast. Then I expect, and that was part of the RFP, that person, whoever is that lead emergency manager under contract, would get to the area quick to be able to assess. There's a salamander thing where you tag the resources. So if we get pulled road and bridge over and they provide a water truck, for instance, or a dozer, there's a tag that this emergency manager tags it with, so that every time that's used, it gets scanned so that goes towards the billing. That goes in personnel. You get more people in there, they badge in and out. That's this critical tracking mechanism. Now, the emergency manager doesn't necessarily grab a fire hose. They don't necessarily have to be in the front end of that, but they have to be knowledgeable on how that whole system works in order for us to get the reimbursement and the coverage from, the feds back. For instance, we did have on December's agenda, I'm sorry, maybe on this agenda, no, we'll be on the next one, the next paycheck, where we were called in to pay a $40,000 bill, or I'm sorry, it's like $33,000 bill from a 2022 fire. Again, that's way less than what we would have had to pay had we not had someone very skilled in managing those fire resources.
I'm going to expand on that just a little bit. Anthony has no capabilities of fighting fires.
No.
So when the fire department turns it over to him, he turns around and turns it over to the state. If it's on private and federal, there is a division there where we pay a percentage of that fire. And that's where this person comes into earning their money, is to keep track of our percentage and our money that they are spending. So it's vital that we keep somebody in that position to take care of the county's interests. And I think that I know there's some controversy with having somebody out of county do this, but this person has a lot of knowledge, and I think that if we hire a new person, we need to keep Ty in the groove, because he will be able to help the new person come along. There's a lot of, anytime you change a position, it's nice to go back and talk to the person you just replaced. It just gives you a jump on it, I guess.
Well, and during the pre-bid conference, it became very evident that all three that attended the mandatory meeting are very well skilled. They're not having to learn this from scratch. They have experience that when they submit their proposals, will detail out how much experience they have in that. So I don't think in the conversations that I had with that pre-bid conference, I think they're going to all three be strong. I think they're going to provide different services possibly. We will be one of 3 counties in Colorado that has a contract rather than an employee position. So.
Any other discussion? Okay, would you please call the roll?
Karen,
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Okay, let's move on to line item AA.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move consideration of the appointment of the Board of County Commissioners to sit as the Rio Blanco County Board of Public Health.
I second.
Is there any discussion on that? Okay. Could you please call the roll?
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Good. Motion passed. Let's move on to line item BB.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve an appointment to the Northwest Colorado Development Council, considering Kelly Scritchfield as that appointment.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, would you please call the roll?
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Abstain.
Passed. Good. We're through with the business, and we're going to move on to resolutions. Resolution A.
So I would, let's see, or did we move these resolutions?
Mhm.
Move consideration of resolution number 2025-01, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, Rio Blanco County, Colorado, designating certain banks as depositories for Rio Blanco County funds pursuant 30-10-7081.
I second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Let's move on to resolution B.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the resolution number 2025-02, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, designating the Rio Blanco Herald Times as the official newspaper for county publications pursuant to CRS 24-70-108.
Second, sorry.
It's all right. Any discussion? Would you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye.
O'Hairn,
Aye.
Litchfield.
Let's move on to line resolution C.
So I would move the approval of resolution number 2025-03, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, establishing county administration office hours for 2025 as Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays, and the clerk and recorder who shall be open Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. pursuant to CRS 30-10-109. However, the clerk of court and the sheriff's office shall be subject at all times to the command of the people, and each thereof shall to attend such duties as may
Any discussion?
Just to clarify, just so, because sometimes this is a point of confusion, the clerk of the court is over in the Justice Center versus the clerk and recorder who is here in this building, but sometimes that is.
Last year. Okay. Would you please?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 2025-04, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, lifting the wind and solar moratoriums.
second.
Any discussion?
Reason for that is once we were enacted our new Title 19 dealing with those, then it became no longer necessary to have the moratoriums. If it's anybody needs to apply under the section, they can.
We approved the section of that in the last meeting, so we can lift this now. Any other discussion? Would you please call the roll?
Litchfield,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Let's move on to E.
Mr. Chairman, I move the approval of resolution 2025-05, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, establishing elected district attorney's salary for the period beginning January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2028.
I second.
And we had a presentation on this in the last meeting, explaining why we did this. The legislature gave that person a raise so that we could get more qualified people in there. And if we don't do this, he won't be able to get the raise until he's out of office.
Until his first term. So
Yeah, first term is up. So we, this was something that Jeff Cheney suggested we do, and we agreed with him. So we're doing this.
Question, given it's more than a 1-year contract, I'm assuming like it's a contract, right?
No, it's just basically saying that we're gonna allow them to have the statutory increase that the state legislature had done. It has multi-year implementation to it, but it's subject to appropriation as well.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. There needs to be something there that's subject to appropriation.
Yes, it stays in.
Should we not have the funds for whatever reason.
Right, subject to appropriation. Although there is arguments that a lot of the counties have argued that because it's statutory in nature and automatic, that it's not subject to the constitutional provision that the elected official will not get a raise within their terms. I'm not sure I agree with that, but that's a long ways from there. But this takes care of that and makes sure that you don't have to wait for 4 years to start getting the bump up salary. And then what they did is they tied it to the district judges' salaries as well. So the elected DA in each of the judicial districts make as much money as the district judge bump ups that they've done for them as well. So for the same reason, to make sure we continue to get qualified people as district judges.
So I'm hearing you say that there is not a contract,
No,
but
it's
that
not
it is
a contract.
subject to appropriation
Right,
of the county.
correct.
Okay.
It's just setting that in order, basically the way it's funded is each of the counties within the district funded on the basis of population. So for the DA's office, all of the DA's office. Typically, we've never set the DA's salary. It's always been by statute.
I
And
understand that.
we've always just appropriated our share of the funds in order to let the DA's office function the way it should function. And then we got that special request by Jeff based on the concern that if we didn't do this, that he wouldn't be able to get the pay raise. Ben Summers is the new elected DA.
And Jeff is who?
He's just the outgoing DA. He's the one that was paid under the old standard, and he wanted to make sure that Ben didn't have the same issues. And the salary should be increased to administration that they do in most judicial districts. Well, at least to the thought process of getting qualified people there because of the term limits. You get somebody that's somewhat young,
2-term limits.
you're limited to 2 terms. So that's another consideration of getting qualified people to run for that office.
Yeah, why would somebody work for a lesser wage for 8 years and interrupt their career? We need to get the wage up there so that we can get qualified
And then
people.
have to go back and rebuild their
Yeah.
practice or do
Yeah.
like Jeff is doing, moving somewhere else.
Yeah. It would be encouraging to have elections instead of one person.
I like to see the DA's office terms go away just because of the fact that it's a hard position to place, especially if you want to get somebody younger. You get somebody at the end of their career, it's not so bad, but I know one time I was approached with running down a 15th judicial district, and I figured it out at the time. I had a, pretty vibrant, private practice. I would have to take a pay cut. And then no matter how good a job I did, 8 years was my cutoff, and I'd be 54 years old, having to reestablish my practice. Because you cannot practice as elected EA and do private practice both.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there any state money that goes towards that?
I don't believe so.
Fix all
All
county.
I think it's all.
Well, it's not all county. It would be Pitkin, Garfield, and Rio Blanco, and we divide it by the population. So we really don't pay that much.
We pay our portion, we're prorated share.
And that is something that every year they come in for the budget hearing, the budget meeting. They provide us what they think they're gonna spend for, they take their supplies, their
We
travel.
pay for the whole office.
Right, so it's not just the salary for the DA, it's those operating costs as well.
Well, we're 10% of Garfield's population, so, and then you throw Pitkin in there, we really get off pretty reasonable. Any other discussion? Would you please call the roll?
O'Hairn, Ron Overton.
Aye.
Litchfield.
Okay, we're on to no public hearings. And Scott's not here.
But I think we've got.
I just soon listen to you. Don't tell Scott I said that, okay?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Does she make?
She's evil that way.
My moment.
So just for the record, Clint Chapel is the one that's gonna give the road and bridge update.
So I'll start with Rangeley, and if I want to try to move through it pretty quickly, but if you have any questions. We've been doing some reclamation work in Rangeley, gravel pit reclamation. I've got 2 gravel pits down there that I want to get reclaimed and and do away with. One is a state land board pit and the other one is BLM. And we're trying to get those reclaimed and then let the vegetation grow so we can turn them back over to the respective owners.
So those, we don't own the land, but we had the permit to mine the gravel, and so it's our responsibility to put them back. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
we have to reclaim the property and make it
Yeah.
as close to natural as
Okay,
possible.
just want to make sure I understood.
And one of the Johnson Draw pit is on state land. So they're a little more expensive. So we haven't used that pit in several years, but we are actually taking some really good material out of there right now and moving it across the draw to the West Johnson Draw pit. So for use, it's a good, very good material. So we're going to try to use as much as we can, and then we'll get that reclaimed. Also trying to, well, Texas Creek is the other pit way down south, and we didn't have enough topsoil to finish it. So we did about half of it until we can get some more flood material or whatever hauled in there to reclaim the rest of that. But the DRMS is good with us doing half of it for now. At any rate, and then also we're doing a portion of East Douglas gravel pit. Doing one end of it so that I can expand on the other end of it. So we can get, we're pretty much mined out there until we can expand it. So we're working on that. And other work, snow and ice removal. Track hole work at East Douglas, removing large rocks, making larger pit floor. And then they did some spot graveling on County Road 116, 23, 122, and 2. And clean cattle guard on County Road 89. And for Meeker, snow plowing, obviously. We had a snowplow meeting to update all of our people on procedures and what have you. Did a big culvert replacement at the airport road, County Road 81. That irrigation ditch that runs through there, we replaced a big culvert there. And cattle guard cleanouts, County Road 3 and County Road 60. We've done some blade patching. County Road 5 at that Park Bridge. We've had to do some CDOT required maintenance and work on that bridge. So we did some blade patching and grinding and to smooth it out a little bit. And we did some grinding on cattle guard approaches. Sometimes they can get a little rough. Mix salt and sand. Putting together wings on our blades, motor graders, snow plowing. We've been doing a lot of blade training, motor grader training. And we've got some guys that are doing really well. Culvert work on County Road 15 and bar ditch work on 15. Patch and grind County Road 5 as I finished that. Guardrail work on County Road 77. Cleaned up some rocks, quite a few rocks on County Road 8. And then for December snow plowing, put in a new cattle guard on County Road 77 right off of the Highway 64. And cutting brush and trees on County Road 41. And more blade training. And we also went and got our new lowboy from Grand Junction. Looking very nice, I might add. I can't believe we haven't had any accidents with that other one we've had over all these years. So at least we got a good one.
Good.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
County administrator update.
Yay. I noticed I have the date wrong at the top of your document, but at least you got it ahead of time. So very grateful that that actually came out on time. So first of all, department and personnel updates. The big thing that I'm excited about is the natural resources shared position with the conservation districts. The plan is that Vanessa, Laura, and myself will do an initial interview. We ended up with, I think, over, I want to say 12 or 13 applicants.
Very good.
Vanessa and I met, we immediately scrubbed out some of those that had not met the minimum qualifications. And then we discussed it and talked about it and, you know, kind of drilled down a little bit more. So we ended up with 7 that we'll be interviewing, between the 3 of us. And then we'll make our recommendations of, how we see those fulfilling the role. And then it will go to the Natural Resources Council that will do a more of a final type interview. That will also include Callie, Commissioner Richfield, was very instrumental. We decided normally on this type of position, we do a written test and a Excel test. For this particular position, we're going to ask them to do a white paper on a natural resources, Rio Blanco County natural resources issue. So we'll be able to see, what they prepare. They'll have access to the land and natural resources plan. Because again, it's going to be critical that this person can drive those issues and understand the complexities that we have here in our area. So that white paper, we're not going to give any other direction other than let them loose, see what they do. And then also for the Excel portion of it, we'll ask them to generate a document that will make it easier for them, for instance, if they are the selected candidate, to be able to present to the 3 different boards. So the 3 different things, keep us up to date. How is this going? How am I going to track this and that and this meeting and that meeting and keeping those things organized? So very excited about this process and see how that works. I've already discussed the process of the emergency management position. Again, that position that we have currently is a interim only position to cover us until we can make a final selection through this RFP process, this request for proposals process that went, again, out nationwide. Have no idea how those are going to come in pricing wise. And
What's the date on that, Vicki?
17th is when the bid opening is. And then
Thursday.
that will really start the hard part to break that down. And because I anticipate that the proposals will be very, there's going to be a lot of different specifics where one may do this, handle it this way, one might handle it this way, and so it'll be one of those things. It'll be a very open discussion. We'll have to say what, fills this role the best. We'd like to welcome some new hires, Brent Bodkin at Road and Bridge and DJ Ridgway at Road and Bridge. So they both started back in part of December, I believe. And of course, congratulations to our commissioners. Mr. O'Hare, Commissioner Scritchfield, or Scritchfield, yeah. I keep wanting to go back to the other name, Cal. Next, so at 1:00 today, we'll be doing a discussion of the strategic plan progress. This is one of the things that I requested when I first started, is that we, with our ClearGov, it does our budgeting tool. This was a planning process, strategic planning process. So this tool, ideally, once we can kind of get into the part of using this strategic planning tool, it will feed us information to let us know how we're doing on the budget, because for so long, we've never had a longer term plan, a 5 and a 10-year plan. Now, Road and Bridge has. They have a map of what bridges are critical and need, and when those need to be replaced and when those things happen. But this will really help us, I hope, get a tie into what we have our reserves, and, when are we going to need to allocate this special funding for specific projects. So we hold those funds in reserve for a certain date, a certain time, airports. I mean, all these things that you guys will have to juggle in the budgeting process. The strategic plan should help us have a clear direction. So when the board changes out, there's still a direction for the county. Now, there's this particular strategic plan that we're talking about are for the departments underneath you 3 commissioners. So the departments that I'm in charge of. Each elected official, I've had conversations with them and encouraged them. They don't have to participate. They are their own offices. They were elected the same as you were. So really they are at the same level as what you are, but you guys do control the budget. And all of them are very receptive about developing their strategic plans to bring this under one umbrella so that you will know, what does the sheriff have planned for needs in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? What does, the treasurer and the public trustee, and how are those things going to run, the assessor. So those other elected offices have also agreed to start participating in the strategic planning process. So I think that'll be good to get everybody on the same page. Again, this is just an introductory, trying to determine our vision statement, our mission statement. Commissioner Moyer had started that process. And so we do have a mission statement. This will be looking at it. Does that still fit? How does the vision statement fit in? Because typically you should have a vision statement, mission statement, and then you start to pick your goals of what you want to accomplish. And then how are you going to accomplish those goals? Again, quarterly, we will feed the information from our software, our finance software into ClearGov, which we'll be able to say, okay, now up to the strategic plan, where are we at on goals? We spent all this money, but maybe nothing went towards our strategic plan. That could happen. Do we need to change our plan, or do we focus more on other things? So I think it'll just be a good clarification for us. Touching a little bit on ADA, we have done a lot of work on the website, and Jenny Moreland's comments are taken very seriously. I know all of us have thought about that. But the website as it sits today is not the website that I would envision a year from now, 2 years from now, as we continue to make grounds on accessibility. One of the new things that we have is a document remediation software. So we will start with the most priority documents and remediate those so that we can immediately get those out on the website. The minutes, that may be another thing that we take a look at. And as we dive into it and say, okay, is it the minutes that are most important to county people? Well, now we just got this software and are just now had some training classes in it to get that stuff remediated. There's also some big documents out there, the land use policies, the land and natural resources plan. We now have an ability to upload that to this company and say, how much will it cost us to remediate this document? Arapahoe County did their land use plan, their land use plan, and it cost them $15,000. Well, it's one of those things that we'll have to figure out if we're going to pay that. And I agree. I mean, it's like but that's things that we can use in our budgeting tool that says, okay, how important is this in our strategic plan? And if that's a document that's important, then we allocate from it on a budget standpoint, and we know when we can afford those costs and those fees. And do we purchase this or do we purchase that? So it all will feed together. And again, I think one of the big things is we just want to do it responsibly. We want to make sure, and I know I've said this a few times, but the ADA law, we've got a little by, and unless Congress enacts another time period for us to continue to get to that place. July 1st is your drop dead date. What happens after July 1st? anybody across the nation could find something wrong with the website that's not ADA accessible, and they can start a suit against us. There's no time period for remediation. They can't say, you've got a document, your minutes, or this document isn't ADA accessible. So I'm suing you for it. We're gonna go to court. Well, if it's not ADA accessible, we know we're gonna lose that because it's not ADA accessible. It is or it isn't. If it's not, then the thing that happened with Cora down in Florida, the similar type thing, open records requests, similar thing happened. Counties, small counties particularly, got flooded with requests because they knew the county couldn't respond to all the requests within the 3-day period. Well, this is kind of that same thing. If we get flooded with things that are not right, we're going to have to either offer to settle or take them to court. If we take them to court and we lose, we're going to pay our fee for our attorney plus their fees for their attorney. Plus they could possibly get the maximum, which is $3,500. So in order to be fiscally responsible and talking to the boards, we had decided as the, I guess the commissioners had decided, do we proceed down this? Do we proceed with making sure it's small enough that we can manage? And that doesn't mean that's going to be perfect. So we still could get caught, but we're trying to mitigate that risk and then build it out responsibly, build it out so that we do have access to all these things. And that allows us to have, mitigate the risk on the one side, but still moving forward. So again, I do hope that our website will be as robust as what it once was, but we'll do it responsibly and make sure we meet those guidelines. And that's it for my report.
So with the ADA, are we considering, I know one of the things that Jenny brought up was, doing a work session on it and having that discussion. Do you think we're at a place where we need to have a work session on that? I mean, what would be your recommendation with her bringing that up?
Well, so we do have we also have an accessibility partner that has helped us design our accessibility plan, our remediation plan, basically. So that I have a team of people. So it's Dawn, myself, Laura, Eric, and Trevor and Dylan are on this group along with our Converge accessibility partners that are helping us identify, again, we can't do it. If we had millions if you want to give me $1 million, I'll make the website ADA accessible and we will be fine. I can guarantee you. Now, so let's just do it now and just, we'll just fork it all over. In lieu of that, we've got a risk-based assessment that says, what's the risk on this piece versus that piece versus this? And so that's kind of that procedure. Certainly a community meeting would be fine of how we're going to address this as a county would be fine. Eventually consider that this ADA accessibility has to be not only forward facing, which is our website, it has to be internal facing as well. So those things are more and more expensive as you get down it. But again, if we have an employee that needs accessibility, we can address that more on a one-on-one basis rather than county-wide at this point. But I'll defer to Dawn on some of this if you have any.
Sure. Yeah, I think one of the things is important. I think when we get suggestions about, okay, what do we need to do for each of these pieces? For example, the LUR. I would like to see the LUR go back to electronic. I think that's helpful to, not only the citizens, but everybody that works with that, all the contractors and everybody that has worked within that LUR. And it would be helpful if we had it where you could, do searches on it and you bring it up in an ADA compatible way. And like Vicky said, though, it's going to cost a lot of money to do that. So I think where I think it really comes in is, okay, we've got these items that we'd really like to see back on the website. We think it's a benefit to our citizens, a benefit to contractors, and that's it, and other people. It's information that's a valuable thing, that the hits we get on those particular things is high versus some other things that hasn't had a hit for 3 years. And so that's kind of when we took things down. That's another thing that we looked at, and they ran a program that tried to analyze a lot of these documents, see when the last time they were accessed by the public. And if it was low access, then
you know, if you got one person accessing this particular document, then they can do a core request and probably still get the same document. And we can do it in a manner that would satisfy ADA and that without having it on the website accessible to everybody. So that's kind of the strategy that we're looking at. And I think once we get more of that together and, you know, kind of find out, okay, this is what we think is important, this is how much it's going to cost. And that's when we have the work session and have you guys give us direction about what you think is the most important stuff to have on the website.
The main thing is we're not trying to hide anything. We are trying to be fiscally responsible with the law and what we can do and balance it.
Well, and looking at other websites, you know, I mean, the other counties are gonna have different priorities than we do. You know, Montrose used to be, well, like us, you know, back before this passed, both Montrose and Rio Blanco County had a ton of open documents that you could get. In fact, I used to use Montrose as well as some other counties to, you know, see if they rather than having to call their county attorney and say, hey, have you ever drafted something like this? A lot of times they haven't had it on the website. I could pull it, review it, compare it to statutes, decide whether there's something I could use as a base to create documents that we need. And they pulled almost all of that stuff down. They still have their minutes and videos of but they don't have the, you know, like most of us before all of this, we used to have the whole packet, put the whole packet out. So if somebody wanted to look at it, they could go in and they could say, okay, there's going to be a contract for DVC, look at the contract for whatever they wanted to see in the packet. Almost all the counties pulled that. Almost all of the counties that I know of, you know, I don't claim to look at all 64, but the ones that I do look at have all trimmed down what they're providing their public considerable. And I think they're going through the same process we are, is looking at those documents. Okay, what's important to our community and what do we need to keep up there? And then there's some stuff that we want to have that's kind of mandated on our website and things like that. Some policies that DHS has supposed to be on our website. So we want to make that happen as fast as we can because that's required. We don't have that, have an audit issue, you know, those type. So it's a complicated issue in not only the accessibility, but the budget. And like Vicki said, you know, if you want to put enough money into it, we can probably bring it right back to where it was and, you know, go through there. But you know, the more documents on there too, the more likely one of them will break, a leak break, or a document will break. That will cause an ADA compliance issue too. And there's an attorney that made a pretty good living. All he does is hit small districts, small counties, and small towns, and he goes against them. And he's done it on the open meetings law.
Can you get me, how do we know that? I mean, we keep hearing that, but how do we know that this person and or others have been doing that? Where is that documentation that this is happening for starters? And I guess the second thing is that I'm livid over this whole thing. I mean, any person at the public that's frustrated that they don't have access needs to be getting hold of their legislators.
Mm-hmm.
Because this thing passed 2 or 3 years ago. We talked to Senator Roberts and Representative Lukens the other day. This thing passed by one vote 2 or 3 years ago. I would like to see us go at CCI and try to make this an issue, and let's get this thing changed at that top. It's ridiculous. We're spending this kind of money and this kind of time on this, and staff and public not having access. I mean, I would rather go at it that way. And I know we can't really stop right now, but I think we need to really push on that side of it.
Well, and I think it's important to make sure that it's you know, and I don't think any of us are saying it's not reasonable to have certain amount of accommodation.
No,
for those.
and I'm not saying that.
Yeah, no,
And so I don't want you to construe that, but I get.
But again, you know, I agree that the new statutes are so harsh.
It's ridiculous.
That it's causing the lack of accessibility for everyone.
And I think that's the problem. I think that's what you're trying to drive at.
Exactly. And like I say, I would like to have I need physically to be able to access this scenario that somebody is making a living off of this. Help me find that.
I
You would get
can,
that for me.
I can do that. I'll
I
try to find that
appreciate
for you. Most of my sources on that is the county attorney.
And I understand
Yeah.
that, but let's get the actual thing.
And so I can, go back through my county attorney's, listserv and try to say, okay, because I know several of them have, and then also with the municipalities and things like that. And, and I don't, well, the law's not right yet, so there's no suits on the ADA, but I would not put it past people, where they sue each of these entities and say, okay, 3,500 pop, here it is. And that's what he does. He sues and then he says, okay, pay me 3,500 and I'll go away. And
Which is gonna be cheaper because if you,
yeah, because litigation, but then, Mesa County, has had, according to the lesser, has had him several times hit it. They've taken him off. And, and I kind of, you kind of like to say, hey, don't mess with us if you think you can win it. But yeah, it's bad, but I'll try to find you some of the cases that.
I'm just as frustrated with it, but it's really, the drop dead date is July.
Is
So-
like-
the
so it's-
legislature pushes out because the state's not any, the state is behind also.
The state still has to buy.
But my point is, it's not fair to look at other counties' websites and see that they're not doing their job yet because they're not required to yet.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly right. Some of them, I mean, almost all the counties that I'm aware of, at least the counties that are kind of in the know, have made some progress on their websites. Like Montrose, I know they made some progress on their website.
That's why I have a dedicated ADA staff of 3
Yeah.
dedicated solely to ADA accommodation.
Yeah, so we're just looking, yeah, and well, in bigger counties, they are actually hiring full-time people in order.
State of Colorado's not in compliance.
No, they're not.
So to circle back around the CCI component, last year CCI did take the helm of going to the legislators, the sponsors of that bill originally, and worked out a deal because technically the first deadline date was the year before.
July
And
1st of 24.
or yes, and they were able to talk these sponsors into extending it to the July 25. And according to CCI, Eric Bergman, at the time when he was still working for CCI, he had told all the commissioners that the legislator said, do not bring this back to us again. We will not budge on the next date.
So my theory is let's come with a bill to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And I think if it passed by one vote back then, and the challenges that it's been bringing to, it's not just counties and state, it's every one of the local districts.
Oh, yeah.
The library, conservation district, whatever, the amount of money and frustration and time is outrageous. So I want to push for them to just eliminate it.
We've already created a new, with all of the consultants out there now, and there's a need for them because most of at least the smaller entities, smaller counties, municipalities, special districts and stuff like that, don't have the ability to dedicate staff to do everything they need to do. So you hire the consultants and you hire the people that can do these accessibility programs and work and things like that to try to get.
Problem with this whole thing is the general public doesn't know about it until they start paying attention or need something. And so they're not going to pressure the legislators like they need to be pressured.
Exactly.
And so
Until they can't get it.
until they can't get it. And then, so the more that time goes on and they can't get things, the more this will build. But I don't know when.
Well, the getting it too is, again, everything like the YouTube videos, the documents, the minutes, the clerk and recorder is the official record keeper. So it is available. It's just, we need a Cora, we need to, get it from the clerk and recorder's office to provide that information. It's just not readily out there. One of the big points that I get stuck on is the fact that we can't remediate something. And there was a gentleman at the state that said, well, you shouldn't have a warning. You shouldn't be told this doesn't work. You should already know that something doesn't work. Well, that's all well and good, but I mean, it is so vast. If we had a provision that said you have 30 days to remediate, or if the state was the one that imposed the penalties and said, your website, this is not within ADA compliance, fine, but it's not. It's those giving it to the general public that says, oh, everybody, let's sue, everybody can sue on one thing. It's not the first guy who gets there. Again, there's no restrictions on it. There's no forethought to what this could possibly pose. And the other thing is, sure, we could have left the website up and intact the same way it was. And then if this law were to go away, we'd be great. If it didn't go away, July 1st, we could have just turned off the website, which I think our IT guys are all on board with getting rid of the website. They would love that. Again, is that good? And we do have an 11 o'clock and I have talked way over, so.
Toby, did you have a comment?
My thoughts were, in all this, this is a good opportunity. When you, especially Callie, you're that passionate about, you guys are on the inside, you're seeing stuff like that. Doug, you're 100% right. The people they aren't aware of this stuff until it affects them, right? That's our culture anymore, but that's when you guys maybe put a little article on the paper. Hey, this bill just passed and here's what it's going to do. Okay. I mean, here's what we see is going to happen to the public. Help us stay in tune to what really is going on with some of those ridiculous bills that are handed out.
Along those lines, the payout, if we get sued by a bunch of people or one person even, whose money is who's paying for that? It's the Rio Blanco County taxpayers, not the state of Colorado's. Rio Blanco County taxpayers are paying for this. Whether it's coming from New Jersey, California, wherever. It's a Rio Blanco County that's going to take that loss.
Not that you all wear a million different hats, as we heard this morning, on everything you do. I'm just saying it might be something to keep in mind.
No,
to throw out there.
I agree with that, but when it's easier to take one or two people or a few people coming in and getting after us about that. But if we started getting sued and lost a bunch of money on it,
Yep.
we'd have this place full. So we're working for all of the constituents of the county.
Yeah.
So
And I want to make one comment on this. So we can do the remediation. We do have the software, but yesterday during our training to do one single paper, and we didn't even get the whole paper remediated. So it was one page of the equal employment opportunity training. And the gentleman that was doing the actual remediation works with this document type stuff daily. And it still took 30 minutes for him to explain how to do half of one page. And he does it all the time. So for us to do something that's a little more complicated like that has checkboxes and stuff, it can take 1 to 2 hours to remediate a single document or more. If it's multiple pages, it could take 8 hours to do a single document for the full remediation and make sure it's 100% correct. And that's something that I don't think people understand how time consuming it is to get those things remediated to the point that are required.
good. Don, are you you have anything to add?
The only thing I could think of, was when we were talking last time about the voting machines, the Dominion machines. I had, stated from recollection, remember when we looked at it several years ago, and I thought it was, about $600,000. I received a call from, a gentleman from the Clear Ballot, Stead Dodd, who, wanted to inform me that my recollection was incorrect. He said to replace Dominion with Clear Ballot would be approximately $180,000 with an 8-year binding contract on that. So I wrote to Nikki and told her, okay, I was incorrect on it. She published 2 papers ago, a correction box on that I had, well, just that she, there was corrections in that I did from recollection. And then, that 180,000 over 8 years. I think he's probably gonna try to call you individually if he hasn't already.
He emailed us and I was gonna check with you on that, but that is, that doesn't include what we paid.
No, that doesn't include what we
to-
paid. This would be starting new with them.
Right.
Plus, we would also need to have, I don't know, maybe the $180,000 is covered by the 8-year contract.
Yeah, but we've already paid for
Yeah, we've already paid for Dominion.
4 years, so you'd have to add that on top of that, so. Okay, is that all that you have?
That's all that I had.
Okay, so let's move on to commissioner updates.
Want me to go first?
If you would like,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So I'll be really quick because I know we have an 11 o'clock. So I attended some CCI meetings as well as some NACO meetings. We did the adoption of the budget. We had a meeting with Senator Roberts and Representative Lukens, just some concerns. And when I say we, Kelly and I and Vicky had a meeting with those two via Google Meet, discussing issues that potentially could be coming up in this next legislative season that would impact Rio Blanco County. I attended a Northwest CDC meeting with Sasha Nilsson and Christine Rambo. They met with both Kelly and I, just giving us the rundown on Northwest CDC. Ty has always been our representative of that board, and so Kelly and I were not really sure what it was about. So we appreciated your guys' time in explaining all of that to us. I attended a meeting with our Conservancy District Director about water in the upper basin, lower basin. I had read an article and then was curious as to why those two basins aren't talking to each other anymore, or not talking to each other. And then I went on a tour with Senator Roberts and Representative Lukens, touring Terra, and also had that opportunity. Kelly was there as well, to discuss more issues for Rio Blanco County concerns, things that are going well. I think what was a really good tour, spent all day, pretty much the entire day with them. So, and they were very gracious to give us their time and go learn about what Terra is doing. And then I had my weekly Friday meetings with Miss Vicky. She stuck with it. We have a 7 o'clock meeting on Fridays, and she calls me at 7 o'clock on every Friday morning. And I appreciate it because it keeps me up to date. So
Keeps me up to date too. So Doug's Wednesday meeting, we're gonna probably have to do something with that. That seems like that's when the wheels fall off the training wheels fall off. I just can't, somehow, so we gotta rework on that, and then I'll get with Callie too. Wednesdays are tough.
Of course, mine's in fairly short. Let's see, the next last hour, is that what's all that you want? But I would say yesterday I joined Club 20's legislative calls because they're going to do it every Monday. So I'll try to hit their legislative updates as well as cattlemen's and farm bureaus, just to keep up with all those. But already we have multiple bills that are moving, but I know the ranch property tax exemption, we had heard it was going to die. It's actually got a bill number, but I was also told that it's going to PI as soon as it hits the committee. So hopefully that one goes away. I don't understand both sides of that. So anyway, there's several others. Watch that. The one thing I would like to say is I want to thank Senator Roberts and Representative Lukens. I don't know if it'll be in our paper or not. I haven't got to read last week's paper, but they did a letter. House Speaker Julie McCluskey, Dylan Roberts, Mark Catlin, Megan Lukens, they wrote a letter in here in regards to the response to CPW's response to the wolf issue. Yeah. They take a very strong stance, including in the past week, CPW committed to having all seven tasks, those asked, in place as soon as possible. And we are monitoring that commitment very closely. We hope this next round of releases and impacts will bring over will go better than it did last year. Should problems arise or commitments fail to be honored, we are prepared to exercise our power as a co-equal branch of government to do everything we can to protect our constituents, amplify valid concerns, and ensure that coexistence is equitable. That's a pretty strong statement to CPW. And I really appreciate them being a part of that. So. And then
Okay.
I'm going to commissioner training tomorrow and this week, and we'll see if I come back.
Okay, I went to a DHS Christmas party that they invited me to over here. It was good to go over and meet with those people and talk to them. And then I went to RDA in Rangeley. It's always good to go to Rangeley and talk to those people and get their concerns and see what's going on in that area. I went to a Yellow Jacket water meeting, and you'll probably hear more about that in the future. Garfield County, I went to a Garfield County, had the same wolf meeting that we had in Rio Blanco County. I went to that meeting to see how their reception was, and they had almost as much turnout as we did for population. They had more people there, but their population is a little more, but they're pretty fired up. The next day I went to the one in Eagle County. Eagle County has a little different take on it. They actually had some people that were in favor of the wolves. So that was kind of hard for me to sit through that. But then I went to the Rio Blanco County Christmas party, where we put on a party for all of the employees for Rio Blanco County, and that was well received, and I thought it was a good time. And I met with staff a couple of times to get started on this strategic plan, and where we're at. And I think that concludes our meeting. We're gonna move.
You want me to make a
Yes,
motion?
please.
Mr. Chairman, I move to go into executive session with Rio Blanco County Attorney to discuss contract negotiations with CSU at 11 a.m. Now 11:21.
So they're all waiting for us.
They're waiting, yes.
Oh, second, sorry. I don't want to make them wait anymore.
Okay. So would you take the roll, please?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Good.
Then we'll let you know when we're out of executive session and now, and then the first close meeting.
Get
Say down hall first.
Oh, we're great. So we are back from executive session and we are going to adjourn the meeting today at 1:05. And we're going to go into a work session for Rio Blanco County strategy or a strategic plan.
And I am getting in there.
No hurry, Vicky.
It's all about me and my needs.
We're good. We're good. We're going nowhere.
They can hold this without the things that, or they can pull that one out.
Oh, hang on. That's me.
That's a coffee pot. I'm like, what is out there?
I have no idea if we're going.
I should probably be unplugged. It's probably getting pretty starchy by now.
You know, I buzzed my own also. I used it.
Laura, you might as well come sit up here.
Come on, Laura.
Dawn's not.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be here. He's got work.
Because it's so sensitive.
This chair's more comfortable.
That's, and I wanted it for Christmas because.
I know.
Yep. My mother-in-law, she just.
Vicky, are we waiting for,
You're just waiting on me to open my document.
is Eric and those other people not gonna be here?
No, Eric won't be here. He is headed up to the towers and
Okay.
Renee's here. Ron is here, Sean's here. So yeah, and Anthony's here. So I think we're good to get started.
Good.
He's not here, but he was part of the original ones and so was Laura. So all your connected.
Okay. Renee, you can't sit in the back. That's illegal.
Oh, I didn't even see Renee back there.
She was trying to make sure that happened.
Renee, you're back there hiding.
You're on it. I'm gonna share. We're sharing now. That was good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I don't know if you can see that well enough, commissioners. This is the same document that I emailed you earlier. So there was a group of us that got together and started to work on this. And one of the things from Clear Plans that they suggested is before you start work on the Clear Plan website or the Clear Plan formula itself, is that you kind of get an idea of where you're at. And so with that being said, I did a lot of research in some different counties and how they handled it. And one of the things that came out is, who is this strategic plan for? What is it for? And so with that in mind, the direction is that the Clear Plan, this particular plan, is for the Board of County Commissioners and your departments you directly oversee. Where it plays into part for the board is that your elected officials can choose to participate or not participate. I mean, that is, they are elected officials, the same as you three are. You do control the budget, so this helps to put everybody on kind of the same page of, we want to move in the same direction. We've got an idea of where everybody's at on a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year trajectory. So it can be very beneficial. So again, the strategic planning, the first thing it said is, don't be afraid to take a risk and embrace discovery. There's going to be things that you didn't think of. There's going to be things you might not like, but let's just embrace on this discovery. It's going to suck. They're going to have some homework. People are going to have to put some things together, and you may have to speak at the public and say, well, this is why I think this is important and why I want to defend this versus that. We will not be successful 100% in our strategic plan. Accept it, embrace it. But when things don't go right, we're going to gain insight from that and say, okay, we set this as a strategic plan. Why are we not spending our money there? Well, what changed? Is there something that happened? Do we need to modify our approach? So again, it's okay that things don't necessarily work out. It's a learning curve. Now, 5 years, 10 years down the road, we're still going to have things that pop up that didn't work in our strategic plan that we're going to have to address. Make it tangible, not perfect. That was the other thing, is tangible, meaning we are going to be able to allocate our resources through the budget process. We then can quarterly take a look and say, how are we going towards the goal? Are we reaching our actual, and we said we wanted to do this as a project, where are we at? Are we stocking enough money away for this project in the 3-year, 5-year, 10-year period? Which, Janae, God bless Janae, she was doing a strategic plan for you all, for the county. And when people said they needed something, it was getting put away in fund balance, and she was earmarking it, and she was doing all this stuff. But not everybody knew about it. And so, this will be very transparent. So when we have those things that we're going to allocate funds towards, we'll be able to see it. Everybody will be on the same page. The other benefit that a strategic plan does is it gives us the idea that we've got a plan in place, and even though commissioners change, the administrator may change, other elected officials may change, we still have an idea of where we're going. And so new people coming on board then have a sense of that direction. Employees have a sense of that direction. So stability should improve considerably, because we know, again, it's hard to have a roadmap if you don't know where you're starting at. So, those kinds of things. So what is a strategic plan? A document that outlines the goals and objectives, as well as actions, resources necessary to achieve them. Oops, I didn't mean to make the green mark. This one, I could draw on it. A strategic plan serves as a roadmap. Where do we go and where are we now? Again, if you took a roadmap and just started driving, it would be real important to know where you're at to start off with. Otherwise, you ain't going to get where you're going. It should, in the long run, provide a clear, concise statement of Rio Blanco County's missions, visions, and goals. Is this a plan for Rio Blanco or as the entity? And this is definitely the entity. So this is the, that plan that you're talking about, Callie, would be more what the Planning Commission is doing, the overall broad. We have room to develop here. We have room to develop here. We would like to see this happen here, which should be influenced by your strategic plan. If they wanted to create a new airport somewhere, your strategic plan could come into play there, saying, we've got these resources. How do we not duplicate services? How do we, manage our services? So again, this will be definitely community driven. The first step is to get the commissioners and get a basis for the strategic plan set, get the other elected officials in, because they each should have, or if they want to participate, have their own strategic plan. Anthony's already got his, he's already put together.
It's just a draft.
It's just a draft. This is just a draft. So yeah, but it's a starting point. It's a point that we've not been before. And so it is, as new electeds come on, especially in the fact that we do have some term limits on some offices, this helps that new person coming on to say, oh, I don't have to figure out where we're headed. How do I allocate funds? Well, here's the things that were in the plan. So again, that's kind of what we're looking at. So one of the first things that we need to do is determine, let me back up. So the process is commissioners get an idea of what you want your vision statement and your mission statement to be. And as you work through what your goals are and how we're going to achieve those goals, the electeds will do that then within their own capacity of what they see that being to make, what this means to them. Their mission statement may be different from yours. Anthony's, I would assume, would have something like to serve and protect. that typical thing. So, but all these pieces should roll together. The next step would be, once you guys kind of get an idea of where your plan's sitting, they know where their plans are sitting, then you invite your community partners to come in and take a look at it. That participation between the towns, the hospitals, any of the special districts, then they come in and kind of say, okay, we see where you're going. Here's how our plan fits in with yours, or here's where they vary, which is fine. But again, you'll start to understand how those pieces all fit together to benefit the broad range of citizens within Rio Blanco. And the last piece of that puzzle is, once you've got a pretty good grasp on what your plan is to have the community engagement meetings where the community can come in and say, why is this a goal versus that? And I think we need this versus that. That could change a prompt, prompt you to change one of those things. So you're not going to discount what the citizens say, but we need to get a formalization of where we need what we want out of our plan. And then again, you expand it, and then you expand it. So with that being said, do you have any questions with that part of it? So talking about a vision statement, we kicked around a couple of different vision statements. The county that I'm aware of has not had a vision statement before that I was able to find. And so I kind of proposed one, and then I'm going to read Callie's too. So a vision statement is going to be your long running statement. So the vision statement is how we want to see us in the future, from today going forward, 5, 10, 15 years. Compared to a mission statement, which is how we want to act today. How do we handle something as of the short term today? This is how I'm going to do this today. Now that may carry you for many years in the future. But again, the mission statement is how we're acting today. The vision statement is, what do we want it to look like in the future? So with that, we kind of took a stab at it to make Rio Blanco County the place of choice to live, work, play, and grow in a thriving community, incorporating a rich history, customs, and culture with sustainable stewardship of our natural resources, acting as a leader in balancing the preservation of our agricultural heritage, responsible energy and industry development, and protection of our vast landscapes, to foster collaboration, innovation, and resilience, enhancing the quality of life for all residents while continuing to safeguard our environment and our economy. That was just a stab in. And this is going to be your homework. You're not going to adopt this in any way, shape, or form, but that'll be one of the things I'll ask everybody to take a look at. And if you've got suggestions for it. Callie has made a suggestion. Callie said,
I think you can enlarge that, can't you?
let me see.
You go up to your 100% and make it about 150, maybe not people can. We're up at the top. There you go.
Okay. Let me see if I can scroll over here. But yeah, I can still get to Callie's there. And then that's going to be
Probably small. I don't think that
So-
changed really too much, just the document itself.
So the reason that I made these suggestions, Vicky, in what I've engaged in, and it's basically what you said. What do we want to look like? This won't take that too far. What do we want to look like? What do we want to look like? What do we want to be? And you basically said that. So I just kind of felt like I tried to make that a little bit more. And then
do you have it? So do you have it up on yours? Do you want to?
I have it on my screen.
I can read it. I have it right here.
Okay.
The mission of Rio Blanco County is to provide leadership and services supporting a thriving community, incorporating our rich history, customs, cultures, and sustainable stewardship of our natural resources through collaboration, innovation, and resilience, enhancing the quality of life for all residents.
No, that's the mission statement. So that's the current, the way we're going to
So, yeah, if we go up to the vision one, is there one above that?
Mhm.
No, I don't.
Okay, so sorry if I didn't get that. I've got it on a Word document that I had drafted, if you want me to read that.
Yeah, go ahead.
And because I will go is viewed by constituents as writing for the brand. I've heard that from somebody. Writing for the brand, providing fair, respectful, and professional services for Rio Blanco County taxpayers. The workplace environment is collaborative and innovative and enjoyable for staff and constituents. Just a thought.
Very valid thought. So, I guess what, again, kind of going through this, we don't have to get in the weeds today, but it'll be one of those things for you all to think about, how does this affect? Are there words that we want to change? Because you've got both statements. The mission statement, that we currently have.
We revised that just a little.
Yeah, so the current mission statement that Mary Moyer worked on and that the county adopted in 2021, maybe, is the mission of Rio Blanco County is to provide services in a fair, respectful, and professional manner consistent with the customs and culture of the citizens of Rio Blanco County. In our group, we were talking about that mission statement and it kind of came up that after we kicked it around a few times, the mission of Rio Blanco County is to deliver services in a fair, respectful, and professional manner that reflects our customs and culture, fosters collaboration and innovation, and balances economic and environmental diversification for the benefit of current and future generations. So, any thoughts about that? And Anthony, did you have?
So I have a mission statement. I didn't include it on that.
Okay.
And I've had that since I've been in office. But this is getting me to think about a vision statement. That would be different. Obviously, than the mission.
Well, and it's working.
Mission statement. I do.
Do you have one separate from?
And I don't
Sure.
have vision statement. I guess I just kind of thought. Same.
It's
Yeah.
hard to
Yeah.
differentiate them.
Are they used to be printed in the budget?
Right.
But
we used
are
to
they
have
still-
it in
is
our
it still there?
goals And everything.
Was it in this one?
We used to always have it in the budget.
If it was in there, it stayed in there, now whether that's considered, I don't know if it's a mission statement or if it was more of a job task list. I couldn't say, because I didn't necessarily mess with those titles in there. So it very well may be your mission statements in there. But that would be something to look at and say, is it, again, the mission statement should be how I'm going to do things today. Going forward, I'm going to, the fair and respectful, for the benefit of current and future generations. Versus the vision statement that says that's a broader aspect. We're looking down the road. How do we keep this community the way we want it to be?
Laws are really a challenge.
It is, and that's one of those things that sometimes you have to pivot.
Crap, got something figured out, they're gonna slap you in the face.
I think mission statements are shorter, like
More
that. And a
precise.
vision would be a little bit more expanding.
So think on those and, what the task is to finalize that with conversations between really what you three, because you are setting the direction now. And, with the input from me, from, the departments that you supervise. And then that rolls in all the other elected officials with their plans so that we have one significant plan that you can watch and track through the budget. So with that, do you have any thoughts or suggestions, or you want to just ponder it for a little bit?
Because hopefully this will help you guys with decision making for projects for budgeting purposes.
Like one of my hopes are, it would have been really nice and coming on a new commissioner, if I could have read something like this to see where the county's going. But to sit in a budget meeting and have people come in and ask you for all of this stuff and trying to catch up with what's going on, it would have been nice to have something like this laid out, and along with that, if somebody, I would rather have somebody have a strategic plan or a goal, and I'm gonna do something in 3 to 5 years or something, and I put this amount of money away each year to do that. And to come in at the end of it and say, I want $500,000 for my dream, you know. It just helps us with money.
Well, I think it goes back to, your funds, your fund balance. That we don't fund operations out of fund balance. We
Yeah.
fund our current operations out of current revenues, grants and, just that income that we have, that's what operations is funded in, is our year to year. It's not our long-term savings money. This really deals more with our long-term savings. And how are we going to allocate those funds in those timeframes? So these are the things, when we get down to it, how do we fund those longer-term, bigger dollar amounts? And we know that the next commissioners that come in have a roadmap to say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. We're going to need X number of sheriff's vehicles, or, let's say we have a boom and we have, 1,000 more citizens or 2,000 more citizens. Do we have to open the jail? I mean, there's a lot of those things that, we can plan for and say, if revenues decrease, that's the other thing. What if revenues decrease? Well, we've got a plan for that, because we can look at this plan and say, what are those things? What's that critical infrastructure we know is going to fail within the next X? Are there roads that we have to look? Are there bridges that we have to look at? It should pull us all a little bit closer together and make that not so scary when it comes to budget time, because it's not a shock. It's, this is 3 years down the road and we've saved, we've penciled it in, it's in our piggy bank. Now we need to use those funds to complete this. So I'm going to leave you with the homework of commissioners. Review that mission statement, the mission statements, Callie's also, and the vision statements. Put your own words in there, and then the next meeting, we can kick them around and say, I like this word, I don't like that word. What if we did this word versus that? So kind of take a look at that. Next thing I'm going to talk about is the SWOT analysis. In our meeting, it's supposed to be SWOT, SWOT.
I thought going, that's not what I heard. But what did I hear? I can't think of the name.
So the SWOT was strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so Scott was in our meeting, and we decided, instead of saying weaknesses, it's a challenge. So where's that challenge going to come up? So, and again, these are things that we kind of put together as an idea. Each elected official is going to have different takes on that. And that's perfect. That's what we need. So as a county, we're rich in natural resources, abundance of oil and gas, mineral and agricultural lands that have sustained economic activity for over a century. We have a strong cultural heritage, deep-rooted customs, traditions, and multi-generational ranching communities that foster resilience and community values. We have geographic diversity, expansive land with varied ecosystems that support diverse industries, including energy, agriculture, and outdoor recreation. We have a low population density with the ability to balance development with open spaces and preserve the rural character of the area. We have collaborative governance, established policies for coordinating with federal agencies, e.g. NEPA, FLPMA compliance, to give the county a voice in local land use decisions. Economic drivers, we have established industries such as oil and gas, agriculture, which provide a consistent tax base and employment opportunities. And you'll see that come back up also as a challenge too, when we get down to the, how volatile that can be. Infrastructure for resource extraction, we do have existing pipelines, transportation networks supporting oil and gas and industry and development. Roads are in excellent condition overall and maintained to the highest standards to ensure safety, reliability, and efficient transportation for residents, businesses, and emergency services. We have an advanced network of infrastructure, including fiber optics, community networks, and remote tower sites, which ensures reliable, high-speed connectivity, enhancing first responder services, economic growth, education, and quality of life. We have the ability to modify and change rules and regulations to accommodate our private sector enterprises to develop a diverse economy. One of the things I think that, kind of just relating to that is with the three commissioners, if you feel like we need to pivot, you can pivot fairly quickly. And that's one of those important things. As things change, how quickly can we pivot? Jim's got a meeting with the Department of Energy when she's in DC. Those are things that can come up with a quick turnaround relatively compared to someone in larger counties, larger districts, cities, things like that. I think we can be very proactive and not just reactive. We have the ability to modify and change rules and regulations to accommodate, I said that one. Participation and cooperation with other local entities to benefit the citizens and the economy. We have a very strong community, which includes all the elected officials, I think have worked together extremely well. Now, we can always improve. There's just things that we can always improve on. But your communication with the hospitals, with the BLM, with Forest Service, with Allie's looking for a plug-in.
No, I'm
Oh,
trying,
sure.
so I don't want to get bucked off again.
I think you pull it out.
Good now.
Okay,
Thank you.
there
Sorry,
go. Go
didn't mean to
ahead, Allie.
disrupt you. I just didn't want to get bucked off again.
No, you're fine. So,
You do that.
it's,
That's why I do it. I wanna-
we saw that as a unique strength for us. Now, some of the challenges that we identified, and again, this is homework for everyone to say, what are my strengths? What are our weaknesses? And they may be different than this, and that's okay. We just want to try and narrow that down to some of those items. Economic dependence on natural resources. Heavy reliance on industries like oil and gas, which are subject to market fluctuations and regulatory challenges. Thank you, Renee. Specifically, state of Colorado overreach. So, there's not a lot you can necessarily do about that. An abundance of public lands is a significant weakness for Rio Blanco County due to limited control over their use in economic activities. Managed by federal and state agencies, these lands restrict the county's authority, often delaying or complicating economic development, infrastructure projects, and land use planning. Decisions on grazing, energy extraction, recreation, and conservation are the subject to federal regulations. Lengthy approvals. Did we not hear about that when we went on our tour? I mean, the application process is fairly quick, but they can't get an approval for drilling more wells, for doing those things because it's getting tied up in Colorado. Competing interests that may not align with the county's priorities. Another challenge that we have. Aging bridges, limited investment in modernizing, repairing bridges, and maintaining digital connectivity to meet future needs. We do have funds set aside for those, but not probably to the level that we may need to if you want to keep all the bridges that we currently have, all the broadband infrastructure that we currently have. Those are things we're going to have to look at and weigh out of, how much do you allocate towards those resources? There's Leaf. Leaf was, so needed. You were so needed in the meeting we had with the planning and strategy. He called in on his boar hunt, right? Pig hunt, boar hunt.
Yeah, it's business.
Yeah,
So what are you talking?
we're talking about the strategic plan and how helpful you were. I was just giving you kudos because you didn't have to, and he called in while his friends were hunting piggies and was just critical in the development of all this, as well as the other directors too. I want to throw that out there. Laura was there, and Tina, Scott, Don.
On the second bullet point, it reads energy extraction, recreation, and conservation are subject to federal regulation. We just want to add also in Colorado regulations, because really, we're putting it all on the feds.
Federal and state regulations.
When probably, I'm hoping that under the new admin, that it's gonna be easier under the feds. And it'll still be super restrictful under Colorado.
I would agree.
Okay, Laura made that change. She's my little secretary.
I guess I'm number Secretary Gabe.
Yeah. Exactly. No, you're absolutely right on that. And then, you know, one of the other things that I've kind of been reading about is what kind of pressure that the new federal government might be able to have on state governments. Is there like a club that can wield to say, you need to back this up? You know, it's hard to say, you know, and
It's a double-edged sword. It's you want the states to have a lot of authority, but under the wrong leadership, we're all suffering, which is sad.
We're gonna find that out in the first test with these illegal and the home or the,
all those folks in there.
what do they call that, where the cities won't let you take the sanctuary cities. That's gonna be the first test.
You saw that the letters that all of us sheriffs got from the ACLU threatening to sue us. I know Don looked at it. Every one of us sheriffs, we were threatened both personally and officially if we assist ICE in any way in helping the federal, i.e. rid of the violent, illegal offenders, illegal immigrant offenders. Yeah, we've been threatened
You've been
already.
threatened.
But I believe Aurora, you know, the whole gang situation going on down there. I believe that they fought back on that a little bit, but I think the ACLU is going after them.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, it's crazy.
And so, you know, that would be one of maybe the challenges, you know, that we don't really have addressed in this, that we need to either add, or maybe that's in part of Anthony's plan, you know, how to, you know, it's kind of identifying it, calling it out, saying, okay, we know in our decision making, and how do we address that when we get down to making our plans?
So Vicky, one of the ways to do that, so that you're talking about law enforcement or it's special interest groups. So you could reference it as special interest groups are your challenges. Because it doesn't matter if it's an environmentalist or if it's an animal rights activist or if it's one of those guys. So I don't know where to put
I
it,
mean,
but
I think that's all bullet point.
yeah, I would say it's a kind of its own thing. It's a challenge. It's a challenge in anything. Which is what in fact creates all of our regulation, is those special interest groups.
More and more, that's what it is.
Yep.
We could
The
talk for
2%.
hours on that. We probably.
Yeah, but we won't spend a whole lot of time there.
How would you like that to do that? Just to put it in as a space bar, there's special interest groups, how is that a challenge? Special interest groups that drive.
Well, you kind of have it once back here, but yeah, I think special interest group, influence. Next thing, you can just do it as placeholder. We'll work on the
Work it out
wordsmithing.
further.
Yeah, we don't have to get into specifics.
No,
Yeah.
this is the intro, the first part of it. Limited workforce development, difficulty in attracting and retaining skilled labor due to the county's rural location. We do also address housing in here, but I mean, that is a challenge that, you know, when you only have a small population, how do you find people to do all the jobs that you have posted? Anthony's had jobs posted for, you know, quite some time, and getting those filled is sometimes very challenging. We have DHS positions that are open that we have a hard time filling. That is, you know, a lot easier when you're in a Denver or a metro area where people can go a half an hour or even an hour drive and they feel like they've not traveled. But when you're coming to Meeker, it can be a challenge. The Absence of a comprehensive employee matrix that clearly defines roles, responsibilities, and job grades may hinder the ability to ensure fair compensation and establish consistent expectations for employees. This is one that the reason for that is we've never really had an external survey done. We've done internal surveys where we compared, like, maybe one department would compare to Rifle and Moffett, and another department might compare, salaries like Road and Bridge salaries to, I don't know, wherever you want to say it, the different areas. It's not been uniform. There are companies that we could certainly put out an RFP and just say, take all of Rio Blanco County, departments, employees, elected officials, offices, everything, and tell us what, based on our area, how does that look as more of a standardized type thing, where we get a uniform type grading scale or matrix that says, okay, we're going to hire someone in, we're going to hire them at a level 1. Here's those current, this year's salary grades go from this to that. If they move up a grade, then what does that look like? As cost of living increases, everybody moves up the scale. Does that necessarily change their job grades? No. But again, it's not saying that you're going to implement that, but it does give the benefit of us knowing how an independent person sees us. So we're very fair across the board. Again, that is an investment. I don't know exactly what the cost would be on that, but I do feel like that kind of inhibits us sometimes when we do hiring, because someone says, I need, I'm at this level and I want to go to this level. How do I get there? Well, you can't get there from here, or, you're always stuck in this one bucket. So anyhow, things to ponder.
Just one example, there's some, maybe for law enforcement might be a little easier, but since we have so much training, I know other sheriff's offices and even police departments, they have kind of like that step grade up, but they have it, if you accomplish A, B, C, and D, then you're eligible to be bumped up like this next level, whatever A, B, and C
Right.
and D are. And then it kind of puts it back onto the employee, because I don't like to give a raise just because,
You're here, you showed up.
yeah. But if you can set something out, and then it gives that person, like that goal you were talking about, a new hire comes in and says, man, if I work really hard in 5 years, I can be topped out at this. But but it gives them a roadmap of how to get there.
No, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. But having it done by an outside source like that, that can compare us to, across the state, with, economies similar to ours, how does that?
The one thing that's tough is smaller counties, so we have people that do 2 or 3 jobs, and when you start hunting, you're gonna find that they don't do that in other counties, even our size. So, just because you have somebody that's an appraiser, they may also be in oil and gas. And so,
Well, and from what
how do you balance that? It's hard, isn't it?
Laura,
We've been
can you
working
answer
at it for
I would do that.
Well, the company that comes in, they would go in and they would survey all the employees and then the directors over those. And then then the commissioners would have to make a decision on what data you want to use. We want to use like counties, we want to use local businesses, we want to use this. And then they go in and they will do that for us and do the ranges and stuff.
And back
Turn that to a strength, though?
Huh?
Can we turn that to a strength? The fact that we do share jobs and
I
we do
agree.
multiple jobs is not a bad thing. That actually.
Saves us a lot of money.
In some cases. And why do we have to fit a mold? Why can't we create the mold? Why can't we say, we do have individuals that do 10 different things, and we are going to pay them appropriately based on whatever. I mean, we don't necessarily need a formula for everything. That's third party. I mean, let's be our own monster. We don't need to follow everybody else.
With that, please tell me about though, as far as setting, do you think we need to set, or have a, comprehensive employee matrix?
I think in certain situations, it's very handy. I would agree with having, it, but it doesn't mean that it is the end all be all.
No.
I think that it's all there to be acceptable. But personal opinion.
Yeah, there's always the exception.
There's always the exception, and we should be able to accommodate for the exception. That's just being agile, mobile. You know,
As an
To a
example,
point, because of course Colorado state law prohibit, kind of squashes
They have a
the
rule.
wiggle room.
They have a rule on it.
Well, equal pay for equal work. And so they don't like the exceptions.
So if you're an appraiser and an oil and gas person, you could essentially say they do both double.
but they do the same amount of time as well. So I mean, that's where I don't,
Yeah.
that's the
But
difficult part. They-
we do that
if they're
now
not
a little
doing
bit,
more
where
hours.
if we have a person, an employee that works 2 jobs, we take the salary on both of those and average it.
That's what I said.
We do that.
Yeah.
I would think.
Or we
And
wait
we do use the same,
they're working.
pretty much the same information as much as we can
Yeah.
with the salary surveys that we've used the last several years. But having an outside entity come in and do that for us, really would be good for us. And because I've been doing that a long time, and maybe my biases are coloring things that.
It might
having an
not be
outside
good.
entity to
It
come
might
in.
not be good for you. Sometimes outside experts aren't any smarter than you, but it would just give you the confidence that you're on the right track or you're not on the right track.
Yeah.
It's not Mountain States anymore. What is it?
Employers.
Employees Council. They do this, right?
They do. But, well, recently though, they changed theirs a little bit. The surveys that we've been using. But they are one company that would come in and do this for us. And so we could go out for RFPs and see what other entities would come in and do it as well. Okay, because they would look at depending on what level we would like to do, they could come in and look at our job descriptions and help us revise those if we needed. All the way up to, the salary matrix, or they can say, we're going to accept the job descriptions you guys have, and we'll just work on the salary matrix only.
But I mean, I guess just to help us keep going, I mean, that's obviously one of our challenges.
It is challenging.
We need to work on this.
Especially when some of the other employers within the county have really stepped up their game and started encouraging our employees to move over to their businesses with similar benefits and wages.
I like what Anthony said about too, kind of that documentation that I'm here now. What do I need to do in order to progress? If I want to stay with the county for a long term, how do I get there? What is my next goal? And kind of having more of I think that definite type, you have the exceptions, of course, but kind of that roadmap that says, okay, if I'm here now, I have opportunities to move. I have within the organization. They're so critical.
Challenge then is the loss of people. One person causing a loss of 4 different
Yeah.
tasks.
I mean, when you think about it, because we all wear many hats, you lose one person, you've lost a lot.
We have to reshuffle all the duties.
Which, yeah, I've done
To the
that,
staff.
where I didn't replace him before.
Yeah.
Because everybody was wanting us to cut, so I cut. He shuffled and did more and got no more pay.
One of the things that we've seen, and they talked a little bit about this, at the meeting that Doug and Jennifer and I went to over in Rifle, is population decline. small and aging population with challenges in maintaining services and infrastructure for dispersed community. We don't have as many young families or families, you know, in the 30 and under category. We did find out that we have one of the higher retirees populations.
The biggest income in Rio Blanco County is retirees.
Really?
That's amazing, isn't it?
Where'd that info come from? That's interesting.
That came from the economic guy at Mesa County. I don't agree with a lot of his stuff that he comes up with, but he gets it somewhere. He also says that we're gonna be down, I don't remember, in 10 years, we're gonna be down to 5,000 people
In the whole county.
in the whole county.
Well, that's interesting because when we go do sales, we're seeing a lot of younger.
Are you?
Yeah, like I say, I disagree with some of his analogies and stuff, but he is a professor.
Well,
That might be from a couple of years ago and he hasn't caught up because I think there's quite a few young.
I mean, that's what we're seeing when we're checking houses.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the
Um,
younger people coming in, the parents will give information.
There's that.
Yeah.
Can't think what his name is.
The broadband has a big influence on that too, I think.
that's where my next
I'll find it
question
for
was.
you.
Is, are we seeing an increase because of our broadband infrastructure of people living and working here from home?
I'm sure we are, and he is, I don't think that's on his matrix.
Yeah, I don't know that it
I mean, I believe that's kind of what drives our housing market up.
I agree with you, Anthony, because just as one example, there's a couple that have been staying in the RV park there at Arlene's. They have traveled the whole country. One is an accountant, a professional accountant, and the other one is an engineer. And they work for huge companies out of an RV. And they go wherever they want. And they have their little but in their case, they have their own little dish thing where
Starlink.
Starlink is what they use, yes. But they have decided that Rio Blanco County is where they're gonna stay. And they've been Idaho, Montana, everywhere, but they have decided this is home. They like it here. Now, again, I guess that doesn't necessarily say they're broadband because they're using their own thing, but people that aren't using their own thing, broadband is what's bringing them.
It's interesting too, because they're not taxpayers.
Yeah, they're not paying any taxes.
Well, they're going to buy a house. They have decided this is where they want to invest and stay. So that was a good thing. You're right. Those that are just moving around are using services.
Our hospital employs a lot of traveling nurses.
Yeah, yeah. At least they have to eat. Well, for the most part.
So, I'll give you a little bit of information. My daughter-in-law is in the healthcare industry. She practices up in Fort Wayne, Idaho. And they were here for Christmas and I took them back to fly out of Hayden. They had some friends that live in Steamboat. He is a orthopedic surgeon. She is a anesthesiologist. And so they have all these connections with all the healthcare industry. And they seriously looked at Meeker because the hospital up here is one of the highest paying for the doctors, the PA and that level on up. So it's,
Good to know.
they're doing something good though. I mean,
Yeah.
you always hear kind of rough stuff about hospitals. That's a really good thing.
I think just find a place for them to live.
Yes, exactly. That's another challenge.
Yeah.
As far as broadband, because I have talked to quite a few people for the natural resources position and or the budget and finance director when we were working with those, a lot of the applicants actually asked me what the connectivity was like. Is there high-speed internet? And when I told actually every one of them for the natural resources, that was one of their main things is that available? And when I told them that we actually have fiber to the door for most residences in both towns of Rio Blanco County, they were ecstatic and said, then yes, by all means, I am very interested. So that is a big driver towards getting new people into our area as far as recently talking to them. So
But we also have to look at the other side of that. Things will change. Look at the new notions of federal government requiring all federal employees back in the office. These roamers are gonna have to go home sooner or later. It works, it doesn't. Think about that.
Same thing with oil and gas. I mean,
Think, you know,
it's, we ebb and flow. That's just who we are.
So next one down is resource complex, kind of going to that thing. Balancing energy development with environmental conservation and community interest can be contentious at times.
Do you think community interest or special interest? Is that where we put special interest? And maybe it's community interest. I'm okay with that. So anyway, just thought.
I don't know. I mean, I
Depends
don't
on what kind of energy you're talking about.
True. I mean, well, and that's a good example because I mean, when we had the discussion about the solar, you guys,
It was very contentious.
very contentious versus, you know,
Oil and gas.
Oil and
you're
gas.
not gonna-
Yeah. So probably
People are
community
okay
there
with
is
that.
probably good.
lack of diversification, insufficient development of alternative industries to reduce dependency on traditional economic drivers. Now, by that, I wanted to make sure we're very clear. We're not talking about, you know, solar and wind versus oil and gas. We're talking actual, you know, various industries that could help prevent us this dependence that we have on our oil and gas and our natural resources type industry. So again, you know, is there a plan? Is there, you know, looking at that, you know, is there, can we get a close enough railroad so that we could do a plant that does X, Y, or Z or something like that? I mean, so those are all kind of, that's a challenge that we face that some like Moffat County doesn't face, that they've got a railroad that goes, that could, you know, suffice that. Rifle does, Garfield County does too. We're kind of in that middle. How do we fix that? Geographic isolation, remote location can hinder economic growth and access to essential services. It's also a blessing for all of us.
I want to put that in the both the positive.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. And one of those examples, because I know the Economic Development Council, one of their big things that they've been talking about and pushing is, you know, a processing plant for beef. Well, that's all good and fine, but you can't feed beef out here. I mean, and you have to truck all the feed in. To truck feed from where it comes from into this valley or anywhere here in the northwest corner is outrageously expensive, especially given the fuel prices today and stuff. So those are the things that make it really different. We are just isolated. We have to live with that.
And our winters can be severe sometimes. They're not so bad.
And that's something people seem to like.
Yes, the winter. Yeah, the isolation.
I have more, there's two of them at the hospital. That's what they look.
And as I was knocking on doors campaigning, that was very much, there were two things. It was retirees coming to a conservative community, or it was young families with kids going into school, a conservative school was their like.
You know, and Anthony touched on it, I think earlier today, the safety that we do feel. I think
Yes.
maybe sometimes we feel maybe safer than we should, but the fact is, you know, you have a relationship with the schools. They would have never given that to you guys if they didn't respect your judgment calls and things like that. Again, we have that safety here. Not to say something can't happen, knock on wood, but you know, there is that, you know, community. We may do a little fighting amongst ourselves, but you outsiders best leave us alone. I think that's something like that. So, anyhow, moving along, which is another Scott issue, challenge would be the limited availability of housing. So next page. Opportunities. We have an opportunity for economic diversification. So a lot of our challenges, you can turn that around to phrase it as an opportunity. So we have an opportunity to diversify our economy. Expansion of traditional and non-traditional energy technology to create more resilient economy. We want to make sure, and that was one of the things we talked about in our group as we started trying to throw out ideas, was we want to make sure that we never we don't want our oil and gas partners who have been so crucial to this area to feel like we're trying to pull away from them in any way. But I was very encouraged when we went on the tour that they have solar, they employ, I don't know that they employ wind, but they're pulling the natural gas right out of the ground to run the generators to, do the fracking and those kinds of things. So it doesn't mean we're going to try and stay away from wind or solar or nuclear, those kinds of things. We're going to investigate it. There's an opportunity there that we may be able to devise a plan for later on in the future, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road. We want to have X amount, whatever that turns out to be. So be thinking about.
I wonder if we don't need something in here. We're talking a lot about energy, but maybe some diversification outside of the energy bill. Something else.
Yeah, and everybody always goes to tourism, but that just doesn't pay very well.
Yeah.
And yeah, and actually, as you say that, I don't know why this may triggered another thought that I had, because we talked about the volatility in oil and gas. Don't forget, we probably ought to mention that in agriculture as well. Because they are not in control of their prices.
Lori doesn't know anything about that.
I know, so I started thinking we should be sure we get that in there. The ag is volatile as well.
I had somebody recently say, they were talking about all the missing cattle in the Monroe area. I was like, oh, what's the big deal? I said, here, let's run a couple figures.
Especially at today's prices.
Yeah. I said, that's big business right there.
More expensive they get, the more they're gonna get disappear.
So where should we add that?
There was just a place, well, there was a place somewhere there, you've already got it with energy. And I think you just add ag. And so I think it was back under the challenges. Might have been right at the very top. I believe you know.
Yeah.
So the very first one on challenges.
They're gonna really take a hit.
Heavy reliance on volatile industries like oil and gas. Comment agriculture. I think just right there is one spot. And yeah, I don't.
And then take out the comment. I'll let you drive. Get my fingers off the keyboard.
Do fighting over there.
Comment though. Okay. Yep. Okay. So.
Back to your question about diversification outside of oil and gas and stuff. And I don't know what that is. So I don't disagree, but I don't know what that is in our isolated location. If our governor would just stay out of it.
Huge one.
Yeah, it is.
That we diversified out, but
Well, and natural,
if there's some
natural soda,
Yep.
is there an, we talked about this in the NECI, whatever the Matt Solomon's thing. Is there an offshoot of if we had a nuclear plant, is there something we can use? What did he say? It's like what did that produce? The waste that it produced, can you find something to do for that? And I'm not saying we're going to go with nuclear. I'm just saying, those are a variety of different things we can possibly look at. That will be a challenge.
Well, I think one of the biggest things we can do when you're saying, what do we create with it? Again, our gas guys are proving it, but we're not going to have coal if our governor has anything to do with it. So let's just use our natural gas for those power plants. And I think that's one area that we've got that resource. Let's find a home for it and put it to work.
It'll be really hard to do in the state of Colorado because he's also made the statement he's going to be completely green by 2040. Completely, no other energy in Colorado except for green.
He's done it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of energy, just like California.
Does he consider hydro green?
Yeah.
Some do and some don't.
In statute, it's not, but it is.
So,
Yeah, unfortunately, in statute, it's not considered.
What was it?
Hydro.
Oh,
And what gets more green than that?
Green can you get?
It doesn't have an impact like some of the others do.
Oh, that depends on who you talk to.
Well, that's true.
That's why we can't get hydro because of the-
Smelt, smelt, get it, smelt, the smelt. Dang.
But yeah, lost track.
I was kind of got off the rails. That's okay. That's what this is for.
I can do that for you.
Um. Strategic partner, okay, opportunities for strategic partnerships, leveraging partnerships with state and federal agencies for funding, planning, and resource management. I think this becomes, we have that continuing opportunity. Certainly with you three on there, you've got good, connections, state, federal, that we definitely are gonna need going forward. We have an opportunity to grow that even further, I think, so I think that's important.
Let's look at most anywhere that you talk about state and federal agencies. In many of those places, we need to add local. Because we've got our local entities as well. Because aren't any of the
Special district.
fire districts, conservation, those are all partners that we need to pull together.
Local, so right after the width.
Yeah,
Right.
anywhere, there's a multitude of places in there I had made note of.
An opportunity for infrastructure investment, opportunities for federal and state grants to improve transportation, broadband, and energy infrastructure. This kind of goes back to that idea of there's going to be a lot of grants that we think are not going to be around, but there could be some, in that realm of, railroads or things that we might be able to get product from here to there. If we had a rail line that ran close to where we could, bring the feed in, it might not be so abstract to say it's not going to happen. Again, those kinds of things, we can certainly look at as an opportunity.
I just read an article last week, from the Colorado something or other. And CDOT is actually actively working with one of the rail lines to get transportation from Denver metro area all the way to Craig. So if they did do that, and it would run multiple times a day, and they're hoping within the next 5 years that they would get it to where there is passenger transportation for that. So that might be another thing that you could do if you added in a rail line down towards somewhere in Rio Blanco County to get them that way too. So
That's scary, but kind of.
By train also work crazy. So Laura informed me we don't want trains because people commit suicide on them. Lay down with for the train to cross. Thanks for that, Laura. Good visual.
That's why I just. That's your elected official.
Put that under threats.
Okay, another opportunity we have, that the group, felt like we had youth engagement initiatives to attract younger generations to remain in or move to the community county through educational and employment opportunities.
That was the youth engagement one.
Mm-hmm. Again, the younger families coming in to bring their kids into school for a smaller school, conservative school district is great.
You know what we haven't included in here is BNCC.
BNCC.
Let's include them somehow with additional
I think
education.
that that's a strength that we
Absolutely.
have CNCC.
Yeah, it's a strength. Yeah, that should be a strength.
I was like, earlier, I went up to the strength. We don't have that in there.
Yeah, I think we need to work on that. I mean, or utilize that, I guess is what I mean.
Right.
'Cause there's lots of really small communities that have some really fantastic colleges. And kids go all the way from here to Kansas and Nebraska and everywhere else to find those little schools.
Yeah, they can't afford a.
In Colorado.
They can't.
Well, and the education is usually better.
Availability of higher education. I
I
would say we probably wouldn't call out the name, like we're not gonna call out Pioneers and RDH or anything at this point.
Yeah,
Because
that's
when you
fine.
bring in the community partners, but we do have, how about, availability of higher education?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Um,
Cause you have CNCC and the fact that you got the good internet, you've got easy education, online education.
yeah. And Colorado Mountain Colleges has, you know, a lot of people go through that also, so. Around that twist ring.
Cool.
Grant programs, utilization of state, I'm gonna go back up here. This is an opportunity that we have. Grant programs, utilization of state and federal grants to fund local projects, including conservation, education, and community development. That may be an opportunity. We won't know until we get a little bit further in, as at a federal level. One of the articles that I read was that even though the federal may be shutting down, that may open up private entities to funding. Now, they wouldn't necessarily fund county operations and things like that, but there could be some opportunities. It could create some unique opportunities that we need to be ready.
So do you want to eliminate the words of state and federal and utilize grants on local projects? I mean, not have to, but just that thought.
Talk about some threats. Since we got Anthony and Rob's over here with their tasers. Get them ready, boys. Regulatory pressure, increasing state and federal regulations on oil and gas and land use could limit economic opportunities. I think if anything, it'll probably be just state, but it depends on how fast that's definitely a threat. Market volatility, unpredictable commodity prices for oil, gas, and agricultural products threaten economic stability. So we did have that up there, it's a challenge. Declining revenues, reductions in PILT funding or other state federal support could strain local budgets. And as we, develop our plan, those are these are the things that we have to keep in mind. What's the viability of any project? If this goes, then what goes with it? Labor shortages, difficulty in attracting and retaining workers for key industries and public services. We have challenges getting caseworkers. It's a very difficult job. And, the fact that we are not in a, large population of people, we have a hard time getting a caseworker. And when they leave, it leaves a big hole. And, I think that's probably similar to what Anthony experiences with the sheriff's office is when you have, a loss, it's hard to replace that person. And then public perception. Negative perceptions about energy industries and resource extraction could lead to reduced investment and public support. I know we've seen that we're still a very conservative community, but it seems like every year you kind of see that maybe that spectrum move just a little bit. And I think it could be, could be a threat down the road.
Which side of the coin you're looking at.
So now kind of going down, I'm going to break this down into two separate groups. One's a county-wide focus areas and goals. So this would be looking at Rio Blanco County. The elected officials included the general broad scope of Rio Blanco County government. And again, this will be something that as we get the other plans in and we start to work through those together, you know, where some of these may be tweaked. So again, everything's open for discussion. So focus area number one, land use and management, we felt was important. Strengthen relationships with federal and state agencies to ensure Rio Blanco County's priorities are reflected in public land management decisions by leveraging the Land and Natural Resources Plan and policies. This document provides the county with a formal seat at the table during the planning phase of projects and policies on federal lands, enabling early collaboration on land use, resource management, and development proposals. I've told my story many times about how important I feel like that document is, but ultimately it goes back to you guys as the elected officials to constantly be driving that forward and protecting us and developing us. We will have the Land and Natural Resources policy person, hopefully soon. We're going to be doing those interviews, and that person will be very integral in doing that and strengthening those relationships. Advocate for streamlined federal approval processes for grazing, resource extraction, and infrastructure development. Kind of a reach goal, trying to get them all to sign off on that, but your goal. Leverage public land access to support multiple uses, including hunting, grazing, forestry practices to protect the county's agricultural heritage. Of course, as you said, that using federal lands, I saw an article come out that they're trying to restrict our grazing permits. They want those to go away because obviously we shouldn't have, you know, domestic or, you know, sheep and cattle on federal lands. I mean, we need to, you know, get rid of them so we can all enjoy it. I don't know.
The motto used to be cattle free by 93.
Yeah, after all, you can just go to the grocery store and get meat. What do you need?
So which one was that? Which one are you on?
That's goal, one. No, 1.2.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1.3. Yep.
Okay.
And that comes from the Land and Natural Resources Plan about supporting multiple uses. That's a very key phrase in our plan, is that don't just set a piece of land and say, this is the only thing that can happen on it.
So, just a quick side note, BLM is working on those, recreation, what do they call them?
Recreation plans.
Yeah, that's really, but one they had in Grand Junction yesterday, the state directors, there's 9 more planned, but they decided not to have dates on them. That tells me they don't know if the Trump administration is going to let it continue. So yeah, it's recreation summits is what they're doing.
And basically for that, you know, if someone hasn't seen that, basically when you look at that plan, it's probably what, 200 pages, I think?
Right, 100, right?
Okay.
Our plan, the natural resource plan.
No, not the natural resource. I'm talking about the CPW plan, isn't it? I'm not CPW plan, BLM's plan.
Oh.
For what you're talking about. Okay. One of the things that they have in there is that, they took the plan that they developed is all about how you can recreate on this land and how it's best to recreate on and how we need to set across these lands for recreational. Preventing basically, again, that same thing of grazing, hunting, oil and gas extraction, whatever that is single purpose. We want to set, and it kind of goes hand in hand with a 30 by 30 proposal, which, you know, was all of Biden's thing is by, you know, 30% federal lands by 2030. So you don't do anything on those lands. Those are federal lands and you can't do anything on them except walk across.
So Vicki, are you talking that as the recreation plan or is that the conservation plan?
That's recreation. That's a rec plan. Rec plan didn't have anything about mixed use.
Okay. I share that with me, would you?
Because I did
I'm
those, I read
confused.
those 2 different plans.
Okay.
that we had, so, and neither one of them really said anything about multiple use.
Oh, no, they don't.
So that's.
Yeah,
I
neither
mean,
one.
the other thing that they're talking about is, and hopefully it gets shut down too. And I know you and I don't really see eye to eye on this, is building houses on public lands. And my stance is, then how am I gonna be able to access that land if somebody's built a house on it? And
No, I don't think we need to be building.
Oh, okay, I thought
On
you had
federal
said
land.
that. Okay, that's one of the conversations they're starting to have, is building apartments, complexes, houses.
Vale and those kind of places are working on that.
Summit County is actually working on one right now and trying to take over some public lands by the river there.
Yeah.
And putting an apartment complex.
When you say public lands, is that county owned, state owned?
Federal.
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 Federal owned ground and they're selling it to the towns or whomever,
Or
right?
leasing.
Oh,
I think
leasing it.
the Summit County one, if I remember correctly, they're gonna lease it. But once you put a structure on, then what? Right? Like, you can lease that ground all day long, that structure is still gonna be there. And how am I gonna access that when it's multiple use, right? Like, everybody should be able to access.
How is that different than what we already have up Butte Creek? And those are federal lands with houses on them.
Right.
Those are, they are, it's a,
99-year lease.
yep,
They
those are
did
nine.
that years ago. They had home groups where people had leased on the land and they could build a cabin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's,
Yeah,
up
so
the
I
river,
mean,
there's, you create.
The cabin gets taxed in the land that's as far as property.
But we don't need to start making them,
They did that.
building the cities out onto the,
No. And an apartment complex of that, I'm struggling with.
Yeah, so, but I wonder if they're doing that the same way they did these.
yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
Cause some of them, I think they're buying the land, the towns or somebody is buying.
Mesa
the land.
County just acquired 35 acres of BLM land. Mesa County. Around Clifton, Palisade.
Yeah. And Utah's pushing for the state to get all the federal ground.
Is that,
Mhm. I don't know that I'm our state right now. I just do not become state ground. I'd rather be federal ground, given our governor.
Right now, absolutely.
Yeah.
so in Rangeley, you have the gun range is sitting on BLM, but it's run by the college. I thought there was talk at some point of giving that little
There was.
section to the college.
We did 2 years ago. We signed
There's
that
been
on.
no land trip on those.
Oh, they haven't?
I'd have to look at.
I think you signed a letter of support that you'd support
Yeah.
that.
I thought we did a grant for them to purchase it. Didn't we do CCITF funds or something like that for them to acquire it? I'm almost
So,
positive
so I
we
guess
did.
the moral to that story is we have to be careful, say we don't want them to sell off or use federal ground for other things, because sometimes
It depends. It depends.
if it's for my benefit or not.
Well, and I guess you're right, because, the LM years ago gave us land and that's how we got the campgrounds and their county property from BLM.
So careful what I wish for.
I know. Yes, I do have to be careful.
But it has to be done on every one of them. Let's just put it that way. We know it does have to.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to.
Focus area 2, economic diversification and resilience. Goal, again, this is countywide, larger umbrella. Promote energy projects for both traditional and non-traditional methods on public land to diversify the economy. Goal 2.2, foster local small business development and workforce training to reduce reliance on volatile extractive industries. Goal 2.3, expand tourism and recreation opportunities on public lands, including hunting, fishing, and cultural tourism to attract visitors and boost local business. You're right, Renee, about adding ag on there. How do you want to? So to diversify, so to put ag in there as a diversification tool, how would you want to word that?
In goal 2.3 or just as its own thing?
I just was listening to,
Yeah.
read
it
seems to me you're covering everything, but
here the recreation opportunities. On public lands.
maybe I.
How about to maintain ag?
What you've already got.
We've got it. We just need to maintain it. That's our problem in this county is we're losing the ag.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about how, yeah, it almost has to be another one to,
Does it matter whether it's like the hobby type farms versus, commercial agricultural?
so here's the, in my opinion, I mean, no, as long as they're all producing something to
Right.
feed the world. But the challenge is the small acreage, it's that farm to table kind of thing, or what they call it, something like that. That's does well for the local area and those who can afford it, because it's going to be more expensive than your traditional agriculture. Somebody has to feed the masses. So the mom with 3 kids that can hardly afford to put the meal on the table, she's not going to go pay $7 a pound for hamburger to somebody that's raising it local beef and doing the good thing. I mean, I don't want to pit them to eat against each other.
No,
We need both.
but the key there is a lot of those low places don't do ag. They would like to have the exemption, but they don't actually do it. They
Yeah, and
pretend.
that last law that they did, assessors worked hard to get it shut down, and it'll come back up this year where they are saying that you can graze anything on it, or you don't have to graze it, and you're gonna get ag. That's gonna really hurt agriculture. Because a lot of, I know, I was just talking to Callie's sister, they run on a lot of loose land. And if those people, like, I've got friends up in Vale, if they didn't have that land to run on, they wouldn't be in business because they don't have enough land to run what they're running and producing meat. You've got Bill and Steamboat. But if they can get the tax break without grazing it, they're not going to hassle with the rancher.
Yeah.
So they're going to, all that thousands of acres is going to sit there and do nothing. And when a fire hits, we're going to look like California.
And just for FYI, that bill has got a number and it was on Club 20's list today, or yesterday. I did some calling and it will be PI'd as soon as it hits the committee
It's supposed
this year.
to be and nothing. But it's, you
We
know,
derail again.
you should work. We've always been a use state, so they should have to use it for what it is, not just get. But the big deal is that they all think everybody ought to have a tax break. So the market value of land that is selling for 2,500 an acre for a large parcel will go away. So people that currently have a lot in that market value, their assessed value is going to drop. That for the counties. And assessors worked real hard on a bill several years ago that the non-integral part of agricultural land is taxed at market. So Jennifer owns 2,000 acres and she has a house on it, and I can tax up to 2 acres at market. And the remaining goes to ag because she lets me graze. But that'll go away as well. They just keep looking for a way, and all these different assessment rates and things that we're dealing with to lower taxes. And then they want to backfill. Well, they're gonna get them. Oil and gas, we're gonna get. Yeah.
I think you just cut it off with saying maintain agriculture in Rio Blanco County.
And I guess I was just looking at that because you're under the area of economic diversification and resilience. So it's the resilience part. So I think maintain agriculture. And I would just add as an economic driver. Maybe we say that, I don't know. We'll work on it.
As an economic.
I don't know. Maybe it's not necessary.
I think that narrows it down. I think you just need
Just
to
leave it as
maintain
maintain?
everything.
Okay. I'm good with just leaving it like Doug said. The broader the better.
Yeah, the broader on that.
Okay, focus number 3, infrastructure and connectivity. As we go forward, how important is that? Advocate for federal and state investments to modernize infrastructure, including broadband, roads, and utilities. Goal 3.2, enhance energy infrastructure to facilitate efficient extraction and transmission of resources with a focus on sustainability and safety.
When I was looking at it last night, I thought about changing roads to just transportation. Because that could be, railroads, improving our airports, like, whatever we need to do there, but maybe just rather than being specific to roads, broadening that.
Transportation. Natural resource stewardship. Focus area number 4. Ensure a balanced management of the county's natural resources, leveraging energy development, agricultural, and conservation. Support wildfire and forest health initiatives to preserve and improve rangelands and protect our unique way of life. Work collaboratively with federal, state, and local agencies as well as stakeholders to develop and implement effective strategies for wolf and predator management to protect the health and safety of livestock, enhance the viability of agricultural operations, and maintain the ecological balance of public lands, watersheds, and wildlife habitat.
I had some notes from last night, but I can't find them, so. I had some ideas. I'll share with them later.
Yeah, this is just the first initial thing as we start to drive down, then that's when we'll start formalizing. So any 1 word, 2 words, sentences that you don't like, this is definitely where you throw those out. Focus area number 5, socioeconomic development. Address population decline by creating incentives for young families and skilled professionals to move and to remain in the county. What that looks like. I have no idea what kind of incentives that would look like, just a thought. Strengthen community engagement in land use decisions to ensure alignment with local values and priorities. We already have a very good planning commission. I think they do quite a bit of engagement when they host their meetings if it's something that's least bit controversial. Promote cultural and historical preservation efforts to celebrate and sustain our county's heritage. That's one of the things I think that we have that's so unique about Rio Blanco County is our history that we have. And I was when we went to CCI and there was a gentleman from, trying to think of what the tribe's name was from in southern Colorado that was talking about the wolf.
Southern Union.
Southern Utes. And one of the things that they said is, they went through the history of where, the Southern Utes had all this territory and then they had this territory and then they had this territory. And they said the last major incident was the Milk Creek uprising, That's I didn't jump up and wave my hand. That's that'd be appropriate. But we have such a unique history here in Rio Blanco.
Yeah, that actually drove the Indians down to the reservation that they're on now.
Right.
No.
So anyhow, it's very rich. Both sides of the county. Got a lot there.
So one of the conversations I have with BLM frequently around that kind of thing is, yes, that's extremely important and we want to preserve that. But let's not forget there's 100 years of history and culture, the more recent 100 years And they have a tendency to wanna, that doesn't count. If it's not been 500 or, over 100 years ago, then it doesn't count. And no, there's a lot of history here in the last 50 years,
Yeah, it seems
and
like,
that counts.
yeah, and it seems like we focus on things like that a little too much.
Mhm. So I don't know if there's a way to, I don't want to incorporate it into that one to take away from it, but maybe there's a way to somehow word that in there too, because it's,
What about rewording it a little bit to say, both recent and past? I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. There's bound to be a way. I wouldn't know how to think about it.
That's for the next.
Yeah,
That's for the next.
my brain's too shot for this.
Okay, I'm gonna put a little note in there. Well, you put it up because I'm gonna turn speak. Developed for recent.
More recent history. That's not a very good term, is it?
Recent history.
More recent, something like,
We'll
We'll
work
work
on it and then provide you with.
Thank you.
Yeah.
About recent and distant history,
What is it?
recent and distant history.
Advocacy and partnerships, area, focus area number 6. Again, we're talking big umbrella here. Advocate for fair and consistent payment in lieu of taxes, funding, compensate for the high proportion of untaxable federal lands. Which, commissioners, that's definitely a you thing as you're out there fighting the battle. Build strategic partnerships with state and federal agencies, private organizations, and neighboring counties to leverage resources and expertise.
That's one of the places I would add local agencies
Local.
too.
Local, state, and federal.
Mhm.
Actively participate in regional and national forums to influence policies affecting federal lands and rural communities. Focus area number 7, enhance community safety, resilience, and well-being through coordinated, proactive, and equitable public safety services that integrate law enforcement, human services, and public health. And that was, we were kind of trying to include that, in on how does that look from a safety standpoint? So Anthony, that would really be like one, for, you provided some input on us if that didn't sound like, what is that in line with what you're,
Yeah, I almost think I know we don't have one per se right now, but I almost think emergency management, that is just seems to be getting bigger. We put that in there somehow as well.
emergency management, equitable, public safety?
Or,
Integrate law enforcement and emergency management, human services.
yeah,
That sounds good.
equitable public safety. I don't understand.
I want
I
you
don't
to
know.
keep me as safe as you will, Vicky. I don't want you playing favorites.
I want you to play favorite. And maybe that could be one of those.
DEI.
BI.
Yeah, that's right.
I say, we don't want to go down that road.
That's what that reminded me of. It's like, we are gonna provide public
Public
safety.
safety, no matter who you are.
County, I don't
Yeah.
care where you
Then
are.
let's take out the word equitable.
yeah, I think we should. Anything that has to do with DEI, we need to get rid of.
Well, that's the reason why they had,
Certain people, I don't care who they are.
they had no water
Democrat or
in
Republican.
California. That was one of their things, that their water czar was the one that said, we're gonna be the most,
That was before taking care of water was equitable.
water's not important.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna be equitable. Yeah, I heard that too. That was,
Okay.
Thank you.
Focus number 8, this is what I kind of talked with all the elected officials prior to this, is encourage elected officials to submit and maintain strategic and or operation plans to coincide with the county's strategic plan. you know, again, I still feel that that will really help us grow as an organization and plan accordingly with the resources that we have. If we know where everybody's at on the page and okay, then we kind of make that, if funds get restricted, we can see on a global area what, you know, what do those priorities have to be? So it's not a personality contest. It's not a popularity thing. It's, we know we've got to do X, Y, and Z. And so here's the path forward. Now, so this area is going to be more.
Hang on.
Oh, good.
Back to that.
Yep. Good.
One thing I think we should, is if you really want to, you know, start narrowing it down to what's statutorily required. Um, There's some things that aren't statutorily required, but there are a lot of things that are. So, and I mean, that's a plethora of things, but I don't know if you wanted to add that in there or not.
I guess, because each one of you are gonna have your own issues.
Right.
So within your plan, you're gonna have to incorporate
What we're
your stuff that you have to do or don't do. And then there'll be the stuff that you want to do also, and you'll bring that matches with the
Well,
plan
and
as
so-
much as we can.
And I think that's important if we could, and maybe figure out a way to reword this so that because it's going to be submitting around the budget. I mean, this whole thing is to guide kind of the budget and allocation of resources. So if we somehow reworded this, and again, elected officials do not have to do this, but if we encourage that participation because maybe we maintain strategic and or operation plans consistent with your statutory requirements to coincide with the county's strategic plan. Does that make sense? Because if it's statutory required, you may have to.
That's true, but I would encourage them to go beyond the statutory.
Oh, absolutely.
So you know, you need that in there.
I
So
think it's up to them.
I guess I was looking at it on that, if we really wanted to slice things down, I mean, we can only slice so much until you hit the statutory requirement.
well, if you leave it broad, it encompasses it all.
Take it back out
Yeah, just
for now.
talking.
Okay, yep, exactly. That's what it's a conversation. Okay, so now this directly deals with areas underneath my direction with your direction from the commissioners. So particularly more the drill down of the directors that are underneath under you. So industry development and management. So number one is, and I used our four directors, what their actual titles were. So community development, dev guys. Foster strong relationships with industry and energy partners to enhance resource development, workforce growth, and community investment. Was one of the ones they came up with. Building and planning, create a comprehensive public land use strategy addressing zoning, conservation, and infrastructure needs, which that would be more in your planning commission documents that they're coming up saying, here's where certain things can go. And you know, where you want to drive those resources to. Simplify permitting processes to encourage growth and development while preserving the county's rural character.
Just be like 1.2 and 1.3. Where did we get the 6 and 7?
You're right. We moved it. I think that's what happened when we moved those around in the meeting. You're right. Okay, so that was the ones under Leaf as the director. County administration services. So these are the ones that was under Don under his direction. Department of Human Services, strengthen partnerships to deliver timely, effective support for families in need. 2.2, the department is run efficiently and making the best use of the resources available and mandated by the state. Goal 2.3, ensure that children and the elderly are afforded safe and healthy environments. And again, these have not been vetted from the directors to their other department heads, which will be important for them to really work with them and finesse this information with your guidance and my guidance, but
I think on the 2.2, we need to also add the state and federal.
mandated by the state and federal.
So resources available mandated by state. There's something funky with that. Resources available and mandated by the state. Is that what we mean?
Best resources available. Providing the services, maybe should be providing the services mandated by the state and federal regulations.
Available. Say that again.
Because you've got the resources available, which are coming from the state and the feds and county. Provide the programs and services mandated by state federal. I don't know, Jen, you're probably one that would be better wordsmith on that.
Exit.
So when you're saying resources, are you talking about
Money or
Grants, people. I guess in my mind, I was thinking the funding. How you're gonna best use the funding.
the best use? Maybe instead of resources, funding, if that's what you were meaning by that, because where I went with resources was all the different services, lead program, and all of those. That's where my brain went. So if it's funding, maybe replace resources with funding available mandated by the state and federal.
So available mandated, though, just as. I'm still struggling to follow that.
it's just a placeholder.
Okay, I won't be picky.
Not yet.
How about services mandated by the state? I mean, are the services mandated by the state? I mean, and are there federal?
I just highlight it. Come back.
We'll come back.
Fresh brain will make it sense.
Public health, maintain public health services to enhance community education, wellness, emergency preparedness, and health equity. Got the equity word in there. EQ.
Might as well just put DEI in there.
Yeah. How about, instead of stating that, maintain public health services to enhance community education, wellness, emergency preparedness, and overall county health.
Let equity go away.
You'd have thought that would have been a dirty word.
Right?
No.
This goals 2.3, so 2.15.
I think somewhere in public health, we need to include their community assessment somewhere in there. Because that's really their driving vision, mission, almost funding attached to that. I don't know how you'd word that, but somehow.
Public health survey.
Community assessment.
Community assessment. Is it a plan? Item? Or just item? Period. Community
No,
assessment.
I think they do have it named as a plan, if I remember correctly. And I'm sure once Michaela looks at this, she might change some.
Tweak it up. I mean, get the general idea. Yeah. Veterans Affairs. Improve outreach and services for veterans to ensure they have the access to healthcare, housing, and employment opportunities. And, you know, one of these, again, we just kind of put improve outreach, but that kind of implies that maybe we're not doing enough of it. So I don't know if maybe it's the word improve there. That's kind of one of my concerns is whenever you say you gotta improve something, that means you're not up to snuff. So do we change that to say
Continued outreach.
continued outreach? And
So I think that they do an
Yeah.
excellent job.
I mean, you can get down in this and change your mind 10 different times, but I would lean that way. 2.8, collaborate with state and federal agencies to streamline veteran benefits and processing. So that's going to be a continued battle. County Human Resources. So it's coming back under what Laura's, develop a comprehensive compensation plan to ensure competitive salaries and benefits, attracting and retaining skilled county employees. That comes back up to having that. What I think is important is getting those, getting at a survey matrix. Create a comprehensive, equitable job and salary matrix to appropriately and fairly identify and classify salary grades and compensation throughout the organization, ensuring equity, transparency, and alignment with industry standards. I don't have a objection to removing equity there, because I do feel like that is kind of important. Does an admin one do the same things as an admin one in this other, we could change that to fair, maybe ensuring fair transparency and alignment with industry standards, but what do y'all think about that?
I think equitable in that situation means something else. Just the way I read it.
Okay. Provide training and professional development opportunities to support employees in long growth and long-term retention. We talked a little bit about that, but kind of developing a plan for that improvement of employees when they walk in the door, kind of that thing that says, if I start here and I do X, Y, and Z, depending on how things move, and I move up to that next step. I think we need that, to keep those quality people with us, is that improvement plan that says there's options for you. And if you want to go in a certain direction, there's ways to get there.
I don't understand exactly what you're trying to get at there, because you've got 10 employees that work for the main guy. Are you gonna tell all of them they can get to the main guy? I mean, how, or you just want to create, depth to get underneath the main guy? What is the object of that?
Well, the object of that would be so that every employee feels like they're valued in the organization and they have a plan to move forward if they choose to move forward. I think there's going to be those people that are happy where I'm happy where I'm at, and I want to continue to do what I'm at till I retire.
But what,
But sometimes there's nowhere to move.
yeah, that's what I'm getting. That's my point.
There's nowhere to move.
That's my point.
They can't move. Or I guess they can move to another office.
I see, but then
That's
a lateral movement to somewhere else or something. but-
But within your organization, they're what they are. I mean,
That's it.
you're a perfect example. I'm not trying to pick on you,
Yeah,
but you're at the top, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Ann?
Yeah, but I guess I look at it more of not a move like up in rank. You have a salary
So
rate
you're looking
For-
at salary.
for this
instead of rent.
position.
Okay.
Okay, when you hire somebody new, if they don't meet all of these other requirements, they're hired at a lower salary, but they could, through this process,
Yes.
they could get up to that upper pay for that job position.
So let me give you an example of when I worked at Colorado. I hired on at X number. The more equipment I got certified on, if I got to doing more things like I certified welder, certified this, that, I got more wages as I went, but I never got above the Tech 3. I mean, that's just as high as I could get.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's
So
a range within this position.
Well, and that would
Within the
come
position.
with, again, that, salary matrix, that kind of identifies your level 1C and you're gonna go to level 1B or whatever. I mean, however those things, those steps.
We've done
So
that.
can you see that in your people? Can you hire somebody on and then as they progress in their duties or whatever, you can see?
They can go up salary wise and if they can advance different things and I throw more at them all the time to do because. But I was thinking more like the undersheriff that's kind of where he's at. I wasn't thinking of the salary increase because he's maybe taking on
Go
more
from like a
duties.
deputy to a sergeant to a
Right.
lieutenant to.
And I understand that, but there are times you get like maybe you're maybe taking on more, so maybe you get more pay. And we've done a salary survey since I've been here. I believe at least 4 times, maybe 5 times, where they came in, they brought people wrote their own job descriptions, they sat down with the people, they went through all this stuff and they, ended up with this grid basically. But then a lot of times nothing ever happened to that.
It was never funded.
That's exactly what.
Well, and it does, if you're gonna do that and spend that kind of money, in my opinion, you gotta play the game and fund it.
Well, I think that's the part of the strategic plan. I mean, that's kind of the things that we've got to kick around and kind of nail down is how do we, again, keep retaining people and retaining good people. And how do we do that by identifying these issues and saying, okay, this is where the rubber meets the road. Are we in or are we out?
So you're talking about getting to a certain place within your job description. You hire on here and you learn more, you get up to this position, but you're not saying that you're gonna get to be the sheriff. Or
No,
the,
I think
or the
it's
deputy.
gonna be different for
If the
every.
pay can get to be close to where the sheriff is for the undersheriff, or the deputy assessor can be right there with the assessor. As they because we don't get a salary increase. I mean, we're different than
You're
than the
elected,
other offices.
right.
Yeah,
But
and
it doesn't have to involve pay increases either. Sometimes just the professional development is taking another class to learn something new.
If you don't put the pay in it, I think it's gonna go away.
And so I get 2 thoughts just had come to my mind. So, yeah, you don't want them to, so an admin 1 would go up a certain range, but they would never be able to make more than an admin 2, correct? Because if you would have to make them an admin 2 if they're gonna make more money than the admin 2. I mean, otherwise you start getting
Right. In that we
people
want them-
pitted
yeah,
against people,
everybody-
and that we gotta be really careful with. And because if an admin 1's making more than an admin 2, I think that's gonna go over like lead balloon.
Not, well, depends on how we build it. Let's take operators, for example. Somebody wants to stay as an operator 2. Because maybe they don't want to run the motor grader and they're happy with the various pieces of equipment. And they've been there for quite a few years. They may make more than an incoming operator 3.
Is that the way a typical salary structure would? show
It
up?
could, yeah.
Okay.
It's not all. There can be some overlapping depending on your experience, your education.
Right.
but would
And
the
I get that.
operator 3 have opportunities to move up?
To move up past there. But they could, being a fresh operator 3, make less than a more
And
experienced.
too.
long-term
Well,
operator.
and that,
But if he or she put in the time and effort, they could work themselves up to the upper end of operator 3.
yeah.
Yes.
Or
Right.
whatever.
Well, then, but
But I also agree, I mean, we have to acknowledge budget. And I'm with you, don't go through all this effort if there isn't gonna be money there to do it.
You're
So
looking at,
how do we,
Yeah, and you're looking at it from the employee's point of view. I'm looking at it from the employer's point of view. Where if he's gonna go up to those steps and he's making more than the, operator three, he should have been, if he wanted that money and wants it to be valuable to me, he would go to the operator three. I mean, that's just the way I look at it. He has to be valuable to get to that. It isn't all about him. It's the employer as well as the employee. That's the reason we're doing this, is to make our employees better, to make the organization better. So why would you encourage them? We do, but why would you, you can bring them up to, a level, but, for them to be valuable to the employer, you want them to go to three. You don't want to encourage them to stay at a two and make more than a three,
Good discussion.
my opinion.
Good discussions. But Kelly, you're right. One of the things that I think is critical in this is that for years, at least since I've been with the county, employee raises, merit increases were always at the very back end. So it was always, what projects do we need to fund? What things do we need to do here? What do we need to do there? And then maybe we'll take care of the people there. It was always been at the end. And there were several years when we were building the buildings, it was like, okay, we're not going to have anything. So in order to, I think for this to be successful, it's got to happen on the front end. And so my goal would be, we started doing annual reviews, if those performance reviews be done by the June, July period. So then we get that idea of where everybody's at. If we could get the salary survey in and say, okay, this is where we're at on salaries. Maybe we've got some that are being paid way high. Maybe we've got some that are way low. This matrix would help us to understand where we're at. Then that gives you guys the ability to make decisions on, okay, if we're going to do X, Y, and Z, then that's how that's going to factor as far as compensation to employees. Contracts are going to go up by 5%, insurance could go up by 9%. How do we address those things, but still maintain this pool and for the employees, and fund that piece first? Now it's a tricky slope because you could have a lot of employees and no services. So it's going to be a balance, but at least it puts this more at the front part. That is, your personnel expenses are one of your biggest expenses.
Yeah.
And it is one of the trickiest, but it is also one of, you've got some loyal people. They're going to ride for the brand, which is what we've asked for them in the front. How do we get everybody on that ride for the brand? So I think that's kind of my hope, is that this piece takes first and front most in the budgeting process. We have all these other things guiding us. Then how can we make that intelligent decision that says, this is where we're going to start with. Now we have these funds that we can allocate resources. Eric was really good. And he said, if you tell me what you need for employees and salaries, benefits, things like that direction, I can tell you which projects are more important than others.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's where this whole thing kind of comes into play. Thoughts? Should I pack my bags? Just kidding.
Well, I think that employees are a reflection of the entity, no doubt. But it is a slippery slope, because if you start paying a whole bunch of, if you get them up there where you're paying so much money and your budget goes down, all of a sudden we have to cut services.
Or staff.
Well,
Or
yeah,
both. Or both.
if you cut staff, you are cutting services.
Services. Yeah, you're right. And we don't want to get in that spot.
Well,
Have to cut.
but at the same point, it's good knowing that you're in that, and you're going to have, in any organization, you're going to have natural attrition. I noticed that at the bank, and that's one of those things. Natural attrition is going to occur. You're going to have those folks that retire. You're going to have those folks that move for whatever reason. There's an opportunity there that says, okay, rather than rehire for that position, is it possible for this group to take on X amount? And sometimes it's going to be reasonable and sometimes it's not. Again, it's that going into it, having a plan and a strategy in place, and you have a high, medium, and a low that says, we won the lottery and we're getting X amount of PILT and severance tax and everything's coming in and we're rolling in the dough, versus we know our revenues have dropped significantly. So again, knowing that, hopefully, but as we start doing quarter to quarter updates from the budget to the plan, we're gonna have a better idea and a handle on that.
Yeah, but we have to, somehow we have to maintain the middle of the road there, because we can't give everybody raises because we won the lottery, because the next year we're gonna be really hurting. We just need to be fair and equitable all the way through.
Doug used that word. I'm going to echo that. I'm taking a snippet of the recording.
And I think by having those very clear, breakouts, those, that matrix will definitely help in that respect. It's going to come down, the commissioners will still have to make those hard decisions at times. Maybe that's fortunate, but at least we have a plan that will go from year to year to year. And, 1 year's revenue decline doesn't mean we're going to bounce back the next year. Maybe it's another year of revenue decline. Well, we've got a plan that says, this is what we look at.
And those little steps within that job rank that they're at doesn't have to be big. So I mean, it wouldn't be
I agree.
big financial, but just those little things keeps that motivation and the morale going.
Right.
And people need to improve. There are people, they need to have a
There's some
goal.
people that
They
go,
want to go to-
that move,
Yeah, exactly.
and they'll just stay there.
They're happy in our farm.
Happy doing what they're doing, and not wanting to climb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Those are
you
really
gotta have
valuable.
one Doing what they're doing.
Mhm. They're good at what they do. They don't want to manage people. They want to do what they do.
But you put money in people and you're gonna get money back. You put money in equipment and it's gonna fall apart. I mean, you gotta have both, but you gotta take care of your people, I thought. But that's what.
Thank you for the raise this year, everybody.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, and that is huge. A huge thank you to you guys. Next one, develop a succession plan to identify and prepare for potential candidates for key positions, ensuring a seamless transition during vacancies. So with elected officials, you're kind of bootstrapped by that as far as with your term limits and things like that. If you've got term limits, it's like, how do you maintain that next row up? Who are you gonna bring up?
You bring up a point. Should we address term limits in here?
Yeah, I was
And is
wondering
it-
about that.
And is it something that well, I mean, it's all ultimately up to you guys. Something that we want to look at it, going at it again, or you want to leave them where they are? I mean, just to talk about.
That's a really good point. I think that if somehow you could address that, if you want to go back and try and get rid of them again, I'm good with that. But even if you do that, I think it's that we should encourage Renee, not necessarily, well, maybe Anthony too, encourage departments to bring somebody up to where they can run, the level where they can run and take over, because
But
that-
you
that-
can't guarantee that person's gonna win. and
No,
that's
you
happened
can't.
Quite a few times in the assessment field
Yeah.
lately, where they
It's been groomed.
somebody to death and then that person got beat.
Well-
So that's a difficult thing to do, is to groom that person, and it makes one gal now, people won't even hardly speak to her because the deputy was related to a lot of people in that. So
That's a good
tough.
point, but
That's a tough situation.
I was just thinking of not necessarily, and this goes for the whole county. Every department head needs to have somebody right behind them that can step in, and we need to
Well,
encourage
that's
that and
Right, yeah.
move toward
If
that.
I fell over dead, my office is gone. There's no doubt.
Well, and see, you're doing the job right. That's what we need to encourage.
Like clockwork. I mean, really, I think pretty much any of us, but I'm real confident for my staff.
Well, it's not just again, the strategic plan is not a today thing. It's not just a tomorrow thing. This is your 5-year, your 10-year. So in those types of facilities, you start thinking, okay, who's my third in line? Who's my fourth in line? Who's my fifth in line? I mean, you can start developing that plan that goes forward that says, you guys are going to need a new county administrator in 7 years, let's say. I'm kind of on, getting old with my foot on a banana peel.
I've always argued that as far as term limits go, is every 4 years, the voters decide to change them out, whether there's term limits or not. But that I've always fought a small county like this should not have term limits. And if you look historically, I mean, you are an exception. I would say Nancy Amick is an exception. Dr. Eskelson was an exception. But that's
an exception.
That
You're
is an
right.
exception. You look at most commissioners,
They don't last.
2 terms, 3 terms at the most. The longest serving sheriff in the history of Rio Blanco County was Ron Hilke, and he did not finish his 4th term. So it's not like somebody gets elected, they're going to be here forever. So
In other words, we're not like Garfield County that the commissioner that just left had been there 28, John Martin been there 28 years.
And the others are right behind you.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of the times, that is the commissioner's choice and not necessarily the.
Like you said, Ron quit.
Mhm.
They would probably maybe party.
So what if we develop a succession plan?
I would also put in there cross training. Because that is, like you said, you start bringing them up.
Cross-training and succession is kind of the same, isn't it? It could be.
I was gonna say with like our little office, if one person's out sick, I'm like, tag, you're it. Guess what? You're learning how to do that today. So it's cross training is huge, but there's so much statute run that to cross train it, there's so much training to go forward to get them cross trained. It's expensive. And I literally have 3 people in my office right now. In this office, 2 in Rangeley. And I guarantee one's getting ready to retire. So it's, cross training is great, but if you don't have the resources and you can't justify it and say, well, there's a possibility that someone's going to be sick for a month. I need to have them do this. So
That's where in your department, I can see you've got 3 people there and you have, this is where you could have the rewards for being certified in each one of those places. You would give them a reward for that, because you may have one that is doing your recording or whatever that needs to go over and do the vehicle stuff for a while. It may be a downgrade, but that may be something they need to do. And you can reward them for being cross-trained in all of those positions, whether it's down or up.
we do that with Leaf with the GIS because we maintain that parcel layer. So we work close even like the different department, which is nice.
So I can see you have cross-training both ways. Just have them switch. Doesn't mean you're gonna mess with their wages a lot, but you can reward them both for getting cross-trained.
I know we have a lot of cross training. Our records ladies, cross trained dispatchers, Elsie, cross trained to be dispatcher, and I think they kind of like it. Every once in a while, sit in a hot seat and they get to do something different. And it has helped us just really mellow things out in there and not a panic. Oh my God, now you're going to work 6 days in a row.
And it breaks up, if it happens to be a monotonous job, it really helps that piece too. I always like the never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, that kind of goes back to again, whether we have a great year or a down year, you still have a plan for your people. And, in a down year, that there's so many people, that are going to retire. Do you replace those positions because now you've got qualified people that can step up into those
Thank you,
positions
Renee.
without necessarily growing government. I mean, and I think we're very fiscally conservative. We don't want to grow government just to grow government, but we want to make sure that we have those priorities lined out. And that's the benefit to having, all the elected officials have a plan that's submitted together that we tie together, because then you guys' budget, when revenues are here, they're up here now, or they're down here, you've got a plan you can look at and say, okay.
And the more that we, just to add on to that a little bit, the more we cross train and do this stuff, the more that we encourage this riding for the brand. We're here for Rio Blanco County and we make this organization.
So I threw two things in there that we don't really have. I mean, a finance plan, a plan for finance, working on that is kind of a work in progress. Then Doge was one of Leaf's suggestions, and maybe we want to look at government inefficiencies within Rio Blanco County. Where is it that we are spending a lot of money without a lot of bang for the buck? Is that something we want to look at?
Think
So
we could hire somebody to do that job for free.
maybe.
Do that with Musk and
Yeah.
Ramswamy.
Maybe they'll take a part-time job for us. Just ask them to come over to Rio Blanco. County operations. So this would be Eric's main purview. Goal 3.1, maintain and modernize county facilities. Prioritize investments in facility upgrades and maintenance to ensure safety, improve operational efficiency, and enhance accessibility for all users. Again, the accessibility issue, ever more present depending on how things go. There could be requirements that we have to do. The way Eric had kind of worded this, maintain and modernize county facilities, was more towards, if we get a mandate that we have to, I don't know. I mean, one of the things is if you build a new building, the bathrooms had to be unisex, that kind of thing. How do we meet that if it comes up as a mandate? A plan for that type of thing.
Are you just mostly talking about?
Yeah, yes, yeah, the rest is just ours. So you're good. Yep, you're good. You're good. We're good. Go. Thank you, guys. You're incredibly helpful.
Thanks for letting us sit in. Appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate you participating.
And I am under 2 years.
Technically, right? We'll see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Optimize facility operations for sustainability, implement energy efficient systems and practices to reduce utility costs and environmental impact while maximizing building performance. I don't know exactly what that means, except that, looking at every facility going across the board and figuring out ways to save money. Evaluate opportunities for infrastructure consolidation. We've looked at this a couple different times, but we'd really like to conduct a thorough analysis of county infrastructure broadly to identify opportunities for consolidation or optimization, ensuring cost effectiveness and the preservation of essential services. One of the things, kind of giving you a little back history, when DHS and public health were at the main town hall. That was, we were paying rent to have them housed there. And I know that was one of those things, okay, well, eventually we're going to remodel the Fairfield Center and people would move over here and that kind of thing. But that kind of thinking of saying, where can we best put people? If it's something that you're going to improve the fairgrounds, Meeker or Rangeley, is that an opportunity to say, we're going to improve this facility and now we can move out of these three places and combine into one,
Nice place.
a nice space that's comfortable. So again, those opportunities, we would like to do a strategic or a strategic feasibility study, and have, put that RFP and say, what would it take for someone to come in and say, gosh, you're really wasting a lot of money over here and here and here when you could do this, and that would, more bang for your buck. Information technology, manage continuously improve the county's network systems and telecommunications infrastructure. Ensure the county's network is robust, reliable, and scalable to meet current and future demands. The scalable part was very interesting when they talked about that is, depending on how quickly can we build out if we have a bunch of people, there's a big industry that decides to move to Rio Blanco. How fast can we get that up and running and build out that area? Vice versa, how do we scale that back in an event that we have downside? How do we meet those needs both going up and down?
That could be internal.
Internal and external, exactly. Regularly evaluate, upgrade network systems to telecommunications components to enhance performance and reduce downtime. Enhance security measures to protect the county facilities, systems, and data. Pretty obvious there. Implement and advance cybersecurity measures to safeguard systems and data. Conduct regular vulnerability assessments to provide ongoing cybersecurity training for employees. Ensure the county's security access systems are robust, reliable, and scalable to meet current and future demands. Goal 3.3, enhance IT support and services for end users. With that, it's offer regular training and resources to empower end users with the knowledge to utilize IT systems efficiently. Airports, and I have a little side note. Let me read this and then I'll have a side note about what Eric's working on right now. Maintain and enhance airport infrastructure, invest in infrastructure improvements for the county's 2 airports to meet local and regional aviation needs while ensuring safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Leverage FAA grants for airport development, maximize the use of FAA grants to fund essential maintenance, safety upgrades, and modernization projects, ensuring the airports remain community assets and contribute to regional economic growth. Establish a unified management and operations plan. Develop and implement consistent management and operational framework for both airports to standardize practices, optimize resources, and improve overall efficiency. This is one of those things that we know we have 2 airports in the county. We're very unique in the state of Colorado where we have 2 county airports. Most only have 1, some have none, and a lot of towns have airports. But we're the only one of 2, I think, that has 2 separate county airports. So as funding changes, what does that look like? One of the things that we talked with Jennifer about repeatedly is the ground leases and how those look compared to Meeker's ground leases, and how do we ensure that those are meeting the needs that we need them to do. For ground leases, they're very cheap. Right now, they're 25-year ground leases. That establishing a unified management plan is something that Eric is working on. It hopes to have a couple of ideas for you in the next couple of weeks of saying, here's where we're at again, and here's where we want to be. And are you on board with us proceeding this direction? We have a lot of tenants who have never paid ground leases. I think a lot of it is a shame on us because I think what they're getting is they're getting their tax bill from Renee and they're thinking they're paying their ground lease. In essence, they're not. And there's not been that supervision that says, no, this is the ground lease. You have to pay for the ground also. It's just been one of those things. Rangeley and Meeker are operating completely differently.
I have a question on a 25-year ground lease.
Mm-hmm.
We are not doing a 25-year ground lease at the same rent for 25 years.
It has an adjustment feature.
Okay.
So with LIBOR, so there is a factor that can be factored in to adjust it to whatever the LIBOR rate is.
LIBOR rate.
LIBOR stands for, I don't know. I can't remember. Now it's tied to LIBOR.
Send that back down to her.
I get too much sugar and I get a headache, and I've got a headache.
Uh-oh. London Interbank Offered Rates, global interest rate. That's what most contracts go by LIBOR.
So then, I guess I need to get a hold of Garfield County's contract, because I know, like I was telling you, a realtor goes in and does an assessment for them on their land, and that's how they adjust their rates, is based off that land assessment. I don't know if that's the same thing, so I'd be curious to get their contract and see what it looks like, their lease, I mean.
And one of the, and Jennifer and I did talk about this too, is one of the things to, to keep in mind, it's typically on a ground lease, the county's just leasing the ground, that's it. And I come in and I say, okay, I'm gonna build $1 million structure on top of this ground. So they have to have some kind of assurance that they can access that property for a period of time, because at the end of that lease, that's no longer their asset. That is actually the county's asset. So then the county can come in and then say, okay, well, we're not going to renew your lease. And again, there would be some political negotiations that would have to happen. We're not going to really renew your ground lease. We're just going to take it, or you can remove it. They're not going to do, because it's spend them more money typically. And so then you end up with this asset that's there that then you could turn around, and it's not only just a ground lease, but it's actually part of the building lease. So these ground leases are very
On the
quite
other,
different than other things.
yeah, on the other hand, we have to maintain 50 foot in front of that hangar to the apron. And I don't think the amount of rent that we're getting is doing that.
The original leases, no, because one of the things is it was from door to door. It really did not include the unusable space.
Even at 50 foot, at 17 cents a foot is not maintaining that. So we're actually,
And those are
trouble.
not covered under FAA. So there is absolutely nothing
Yeah.
that FAA or CDOT will cover.
so, yeah, I'm,
So you're right. I
we
mean,
need to take care of that somehow.
and that will come underneath this piece, I think, that will help
Planning.
the planning component on it.
And there's more than just FAA grants, there's also state grants.
Yeah.
CDOT?
So
CDOT,
so
we
we should be accessing those as well as,
do.
oh, okay.
We do. When we go FAA, we go CDOT.
We
Yeah,
probably
it's
should
under
put
us.
just grants in here then.
Yeah.
Instead of FAA, I mean, just all
Yeah.
grants that we access.
So we're getting close to the end, I promise, guys. Broadband, optimize network performance, implement quality of service, policies, procedures, prioritize critical networks and services, and improve efficiencies. Continuously monitor network traffic and usage to identify and resolve bottlenecks. Goal 3.11, strengthen disaster recovery and business continuity. Update, test disaster recovery plans to minimize downtime during outages. Establish geographically diverse failover sites to enhance system redundancy. Improve end user experience, regularly collect feedback from stakeholders to identify and address service gaps. Ensure network changes and upgrades have minimal impact on end users through detailed change management processes. Anything there?
I don't know, my mind is mush.
Yeah.
And
But
it's
next
foreign
time-
language anyway.
Next time we have to start from the bottom and go up. So that's where we
Guys, I mean, it's 3:30 right now. Rather than try and push forward, why don't we schedule another time? You guys can go home, ponder it, process it, as Jennifer says. Maybe you need to process some of it. And then we come back with fresh eyes, and maybe there's something further up you want to change, and because this is going to be, this is that part that I said that there would be homework. And we're going to get out of it what we put into it. So I have no doubt, let's just call it a day. And we made a lot of success, I think.
Yeah, and I agree with that. The farther we get down, the less quality we're gonna get.
Okay, so when do you want to get back together again? Do you want to do it in the Rangeley meeting? Do you want to do it before that?
I'm okay in the Rangeley meeting if you don't come up with a whole bunch of other stuff before then. If you do, we can put it off or whatever. I think, at least for me, speaking for me, I'm at your mercy. I'll do whatever you want me to do.
I think the Rangeley one too, that's just, unless he's, like he said, something else.
I think you've got a couple of interviews. I don't think there's that many. I'd have to converse with Chrissy.
What is that on the 28th?
Yeah,
Those boards, I think that we kind of would like to interview everybody, even the ones we're reappointing.
With reappointments and everything, there will be a lot of interviews.
So we may want to do that in
Great.
different sessions,
I
but
was gonna say, I had contemplated doing the ones that are from Rangeley
Yeah.
in the Rangeley meeting, ones from Meeker in the Meeker
I
meeting.
think that's a good idea.
we just speaking for the three of us, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, we need to pay more attention to who we're appointing to these boards, and we need to get to know them, and without getting them in front of us, we don't know what's going on.
So do you want to maybe start at 8? A little earlier in the morning and then hopefully get done a little earlier in the afternoon.
Maybe more 8:30.
8:30?
What do you?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I am. Just remember, I have another 30-45 minutes the other direction.
Depends on
So,
whatever truck
whatever.
starts or not.
Yeah, there is that.
There's what?
My pickup didn't start yesterday morning. I was really glad that was not this morning.
I did that, but I made my phone call with Jennifer, but I clarified that.
I did not, I mean,
My car did
it
not
was no big deal because I didn't really need to be here yesterday. So I'm just glad that it chose that day to not start.
Okay.
So are we wanting to do the interviews at the beginning of the meeting, or do we want to hold those off to the end?
I think you're gonna have to, because are you gonna do appointments, interview and an appointment that day?
So yeah, we'd have to do the interviews first and then,
Typically, that's the way you've done it, is done the interviews
and then.
first thing in the morning and then in 15 minutes, but you could do 30 minutes.
How are we gonna do that with like the fair board,
Yeah.
and the planning commission, because we have, I believe, people from both sides of the county that have applied to both of those.
So it would have to be after the last interview,
So
no
we
matter
could
where it's at.
maybe a point here in Meeker on the beginning of February, after you've interviewed everybody, and we'll just let the applicants all know that we'll let them know at that time.
And we did that last year, if I remember correctly. So, yeah.
So start at 8:30 next meeting in Rangeley.
You're okay with that, Kelly? 8:30?
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's fine.
It means you gotta get out of bed about 5:30.
Me, okay, fine. For the people that are being reappointed, would you guys prefer me to send over their applications if they still have them in the files? A lot of them have not. Like, I called and spoke to a lot of people just to make certain that they were planning on leaving or if they were wanting to rerun. So if they are wanting to rerun,
Don't they have to fill out an application if they're being reappointed again?
I don't think it would hurt. It's not like it's a huge application.
Yeah, tried that in the past.
And most of them 4 years, 2, 3, 4 years.
They're very.
Okay.
Just depends.
So anyway,
'Cause
it
we
could have been a
didn't-
few years. They could have.
We didn't approve one last year because she didn't apply. Remember, it was Diane Sizemore. And she didn't apply, she didn't turn in an application, we didn't approve her.
I'd like to see the
I think if
application.
that's, thought that was part of the process, they still, even though that's a reappointment, they have to apply.
Going back to what I said, we need to get to know who they are and what they're about, so we need applications to do that.
I will reach out to them and then the ones that had said that, yes, they did want to reapply or be reappointed. I will send them applications and just ask them for that and let them know that we are re-interviewing even the potential reappointment. So. I'm schedule this, so. Right.
Wow,
You're done.
did you hear that?
You're done for now. Let me just say that you've got your homework, you've got your.
So before I forget it, the vehicle I need to take tomorrow, I think was supposed to, is at the sheriff's office. Did I see or hear that? How do I?
I don't know which,
I'll
Chrissy,
get
did
with
you-
Chrissy before she gets away.